Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to our live coverage here, the Lindsay Clancy trial. I appreciate you guys, everybody in the chat. It's raining here in New York City, and it's my last day. Yay! I'm heading back to Massachusetts. So, what are we on? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is day 16 of the trial. And I'm telling you, this trial has honestly, it's transfixed the nation. It's divided the nation. Seriously, there's people watching this trial from around the world. We have Ecuador, we have South Africa and Australia, lots of different places. And why is it that it's transfixed, different parts of the world and, of course, our nation and Massachusetts? I think because the core question before the jury in this trial was Lindsay Clancy a cold, calculating, and meticulous mother of three who planned the M's of Cora, Dawson, and baby Callen? Or was she the victim of a devastating acute break from reality driven by severe postpartum psychosis? It's all about the mental health. It's about women's postpartum mental health. And also, it makes you dig deeper and think, gosh, can people actually have these acute breaks from reality where they're actually hearing voices and they can do awful things in the meantime? So it really is a gray area case. And as I've said before, I really, really like this chat because everybody's open-minded as we follow every day of this trial. We've had forensic evidence, we've had witness testimony, and everyone, chips in. Some people think she's guilty, and they give valid reasons why. Rational behavior, the day of the crime, et cetera, et cetera. And some people want to hear more from the experts, but some think she was a victim of severe postpartum psychosis. So it's really interesting how we all are looking at evidence and testimony in different lights. And also, there's things that some people pick up in the chat that I'll say, wow, that was really smart. I missed that. So I think it's really cool to collaborate here. And we've got a great bunch of people. And I'm going to say good morning to everybody. Good morning, Lori. Good morning, Diana. And good morning, Michelle. Good morning, FBI, corrupt survivor. I guess I can't call you FBI. And I'm sure, who else do we have? Of course, good morning, Amber. I've already said good morning, Amber, but I know you're in there. And Judy, good morning. So it's really great to have you guys. I'm so it's excited to start the day as usual. So what is going to happen today? As we know, the state officially closed. They arrested its case yesterday afternoon after calling about 70 witnesses. Now, I think that the prosecution is going to put on rebuttal witnesses after the defense rests. So we'll see. But I have a feeling that's when they're going to put on their own experts to counter the defense experts. And let's see. So the defense, what's going to happen today? It's Kevin Reddington started yesterday. Who do we have? I thought one of the most significant persons testifying yesterday was her mother, Lindsay's mother. She testified, and I think it was very hard, as we discussed yesterday, how she seemed obviously very upset. She lost 3 grandchildren, and she mentioned something that resonated with me because I'm a new grandmother. It said, you don't realize until you're a grandmother how much you just love your grandchildren, and they become a big part of your life. So her name was Paula Musgrove, and she was the first to take the stand. She described her daughter as, deeply loving mother whose mental health had rapidly deteriorated around October, a few months after she had baby Callen. And she read a text message from Lindsay that said, "Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick." She even asked her mother if she could sleep with her, stay in the same bed. In other words, the mother sort of expressed the concept that Lindsay was just feeling terrified, worried, alone, and she wanted her mom. So I think she was a good witness for the defense. She also testified that Lindsay believed that the massive cocktail of prescribed antidepressants and mood stabilizers was destroying her mind. So that's one of the theories of the defense's case, is that, this cocktail of 13 different meds, it's something that ultimately contributed to Lindsay's postpartum psychotic break from reality. So as the defense continues its case in chief today, I think the strategy will pivot from family heartbreak to heavy clinical evidence. I know that's coming. So my understanding is the mother-in-law may take the stand today. We already heard from the father-in-law who testified during the Commonwealth's case, and it'll be interesting to see how she viewed Lindsay. And remember, I go back to the opening statements, especially this weekend. How did the mother-in-law view Lindsay? Did she think she was overscheduled and controlling? I doubt it, because she's being called by the defense. So think about it. The mother-in-law is being called by the defense. What will she say about Lindsay? Will she say Lindsay is a loving mother who was suffering immensely from mental health issues, trying to get help, was over-medicated? We'll see what she has to say. And yes, I agree. Turning to the chat now. Let's see. I agree. Armchair Detective, thanks. Good morning to you. And I agree. The family did ignore the red flags. And one of the pieces of testimony that we talked about yesterday was the fact that her own mother and Patrick knew that Lindsay had intrusive thoughts that she might harm her own children. That's such a red flag. And unfortunately, I think some of us in the chat, not to place blame, because remember, hindsight is 2020. But if somebody has intrusive thoughts of harming their own children, they need serious help. They need to be hospitalized. I would have committed her. And, here in Massachusetts, where this case has taken place, as I've mentioned in the chat, I've got a family friend who's been committed multiple times for her own good. And the police really handled it extremely well. And a shout out to the police who handled it. And I'd say, police in Hanover, Massachusetts were wonderful. Scituate, Massachusetts. They are trained to handle situations like that. And it's not easy, but in the long run, the person who's being committed, and it's not like you're committed with like the way we might view it in the old days or from the movies with like straitjackets. It's not like that at all. They talk to the person. They first separate the caller and they ask. They say, do you feel that you might harm yourself or possibly harm others? And they'll also make their own assessments. It's usually maybe 3 or 4 police officers who will come, usually a woman and whatever, some male. And they handle the situation quite well. And ultimately, the person is taken by ambulance to South Shore Hospital or, an emergency room. And then they're evaluated there. And then they get a bed somewhere like McLean Hospital. But it's hindsight. In hindsight, I wish that had happened. But, maybe I'm thinking that maybe Lindsay's mom, Lindsay herself, Patrick, they must have figured, well, she's having these thoughts, but she's such a loving mother, she would never do this to her children, which is so sad. Hi, Heartstar. Good morning. Good morning, Michelle. No one ever witnessed her in Psychosis. This is Michelle. You're absolutely right. Lindsay never told her healthcare providers about harming the kids. Michelle, you've mentioned that before, and you're 100% right. And I think it's great that you mentioned it again. That is one of the main arguments of the Commonwealth's case. That's something that they mentioned, or they really talked about in their opening statements. They said you will hear from her own medical providers, her healthcare providers. And she never once expressed that she was in psychosis. She never once heard voices. and she never once mentioned that she had these intrusive thoughts of possibly harming the children. She did have mentioned intrusive thoughts about ideation, an ideation of unaliving herself. So that's why she ultimately ended up checking into McLean for 5 days, but then she left because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party. But Michelle, you absolutely hit the nail on the head here. Your loved one showed signs of mental illness that others saw. Yeah, apparently no one saw this. Yeah, that's true. But the family of my loved one, that's a good way of looking at it. Instead of saying my family friend, I should say my loved one, because I do love her. I've known her my whole life. The first time it came on very fast, extremely fast. And they thought that maybe she had taken drugs or something. They didn't know. So they ended up driving to the police station and saying, I think that there's something wrong. There's something wrong. And then the police ended up committing her for the first time. But it really did come on very fast. And I don't know. But you remember, the Commonwealth also did make a specific point in those opening statements, which weren't evidence, but still. They said that just because you're suffering from mental health, including postpartum depression, suicidal ideation, I said the word, ideation, doesn't mean that you should be exonerated from all the crimes. Like, doesn't mean you can go out and rob a bank. Doesn't mean you can unalive somebody. It doesn't mean you can run somebody over with your car. So mental health is not an excuse for criminal behavior. And that's clear. I completely agree with that. And it's very hard to win trials on the insanity defense. I haven't had water this morning or coffee. So if my voice is kind of going, I should do it. But I wonder what's taking the court so long today. I wonder if it's raining and some of the jurors, maybe there was a lot of traffic. Whenever it rains on Route 3, there's tons of traffic. Believe me, I know the area. It's my county. So I'm not sure what's going on there. And good morning, Pam. So Chad, my dyslexia being a real, oh, sorry. Yep, that can happen. No worries. And Pam, you agree. I think you're agreeing with Michelle or me. Okay, this is another. So again, this chat, we look at all different possibilities here. And here's another opinion. I think she did it in revenge to Patrick, and she wanted out. The help wasn't help. She had to take the children, sadly. A lot of people have that very theory. So, in fact, my own sister-in-law, Missy, who came on the show last week, she's traveling now, she agrees with you. That's why she believes that Dawson was left in Patrick's office. And the prosecution did indicate that's one of their theories, that she wanted out and she wanted to take the children with her. But then the prosecution also painted her as a very controlling person who felt that nobody else could raise the children like she could. Therefore, she had to take the children with her. And I didn't see that in the Commonwealth's case. And yes, good morning, Pam. Good morning, Judy. So Dr. G has an interesting video on YouTube. Okay, I'll check that out. I'm not aware of Dr. G, but I always like to find different YouTube creators. I get ideas from them, and there's a lot of great content out there, especially on mental illness. So I will check that out. Thank you, Lori. I've got to remember, maybe I'll watch that on the train today. And don't worry, I will be taking the train, but the stream will be up, and thanks to Amber. But I will be joining the chat on my phone. So obviously look for me in the chat. I don't know. I'm not on the quiet car, so but I'll do my best. I'm not going. My train doesn't leave till later, so I'll do my best to give you as much legal analysis today as possible. But yes, I'm finally going home to Massachusetts. I've been in New York for a month, helping my daughter with her newborn twins. So I will really miss the babies, but I also can't wait to get home. And then I want to go into court tomorrow to see some of the trial and to get a feel for the jury. I think that's going to be interesting. And anybody who lives in the area can join me. Obviously, you can find me. I don't know what you guys look like, but you can just come up to me and say, Margaret, and introduce yourself. That would be wonderful. I would love that. All right, let's see to the chat. Wow, it's 9:18. This is a late start. So, Lori, delusions have not come up from the defense that I have heard. Has anyone heard them talking about delusions? Not yet. And of course, I think we need a medical expert to explain the difference between delusions and hallucinations. So I'm very interested to find out information from whoever treated Lindsay after the fact. Who took notes? Who did she tell her medical providers after the fact, or her psychiatrist after the fact, or somebody that was hired by Reddington, how she felt, how she heard the voices? Does she actually remember committing the acts? Sometimes people in psychosis don't remember. So I'm going to find that very interesting. And then, so Heartstar, good morning. Nice to see you here again today. I agree that this was a revenge situation. I can't see much evidence of psychosis, only depression. Okay, I hear you there. I agree. I don't think there was any evidence of psychosis prior to the actual tragedy itself. And yes, there was a lot of postpartum depression along with suicide. I can't say the word, ideation, but not psychosis. And that's a point that the prosecution has tried to emphasize during throughout the case. It was part of their roadmap in the beginning, and it's a theory that, as prosecutors, so I was a former prosecutor, and we really think hard about the roadmaps and the theories that we set out in opening statements. So that's why I think it's so important, and you really have to carry your theme through. Oh, here they are.
Yes, please.
Well,
the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shanan Buckingham.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we start, could I see everybody talk about today's schedule?
okay. Well, I knew that would happen. Usually the second they start, they talk about the schedule, and that's okay. A little bit. In the meantime, I definitely need to get some water. I was hoping I'd get some water during that break. So let's see, Lori, it's hard to take seriously things that she would say after the fact. Yep. That's just my opinion. And I think jurors will have that same opinion, Lori. After the fact, is she planning a defense? Has she already spoken to her attorney? Did somebody plant ideas into her head to say, well, do you really want to go to prison the rest of your life? You'd be better off getting an insanity defense where you're in a hospital as opposed to a prison. Jurors will think that. Lori continues here, but I would not buy into anything. She says after the fact, including what she said to Patrick. Yeah, it was a week later, after the fact. And I think the prosecution will stress that in their closing arguments. It's something I certainly would stress as a prosecutor. And the jury is going to think just like you, Lori. Absolutely. You have a point. And then Pam, you usually spiral into S when you're alone. Yeah. Yep. She certainly was spiraling. There's no doubt about that. She was certainly not well. She was, lack of sleep is huge. At one point, she was 48 hours practically without any sleep. Patrick described her at one point rocking back and forth on the couch. She had a high degree of worry. She sought different providers, but again, she's been criticized for going from provider to provider. Did she not like it when somebody said you might have an underlying bipolar condition? Patrick didn't like it. He's like, no, she can't be bipolar. Was she misdiagnosed? Did she try out too many different medications? Is Lindsay to blame here? So a lot of people in the chat so far and friends outside the chat have been blaming Lindsay a little bit, saying, you're a nurse. You should know if you have intrusive thoughts that you should, go to the hospital. You should stay longer at McLean Hospital, or you should follow through on some of these treatment plans that you didn't quite follow through on. So what will the jury do with that? And of course, I think it will be interesting to see what the experts say. I've said that all along. Heartstar, she must have had some psychopathy in her personality to do this. Oh, God. So, Heartstar, you know what? She did research, can you treat a psychopath? Right before, I don't know, what was it, within days or, right, around the time she did this, right before she did this, let's say. So did she view herself as a psychopath? Did she, there were no searches that I saw where she researched some of these real psychopaths out there, like, Bundy or Kohlberger. Did she think she was like that? Was she worried that she had evil within her and she was unfeeling and she could do this? How bad were those intrusive thoughts that she could harm the children? Why did she search that? Right? I think that's a very good point. So Pearl Jam. Oh, I like that name, Pearl Jam. I love Pearl Jam, by the way. They're a great band. So in the beginning, I was so torn. I wasn't going to follow. Once I heard from the medical providers, I couldn't believe they didn't collaborate. I agree with you. It's common sense. This is such a tragedy. So that's what the defense is saying. That's one of their main points, that they are following through within their case in chief, or their case in chief, which is now, but also you see it coming out in cross-examination. And that's what they said in the opening statement. So again, that's one of their theories, their themes, their roadmaps that they're providing for the jury. And remember, we're sitting here watching. Jurors are sitting there taking notes. They're taking notes. They tend to take really good notes in opening statements because that's when they're really fresh and they're nervous. They're starting the case. I see it. And then after a while, some people continue taking great notes. So when I go to court tomorrow, if I get in, I got to believe I will. I'm going to have to make some phone calls to see how hard it is to get in. But I want to see how much they're taking notes. And remember, there's 18, so that's quite a few, and it's got to be whittled down to 12. More women than men, too, which will be interesting. Lori says she didn't feel connected or attached to the children. Yep, that's been testified to. And she couldn't get a sense of bonding with them. So I think that's why she thought she might be a sociopath. Okay. Yep. And we also saw that come into evidence when she was on Facebook with that mothers group. She mentioned that she felt disconnected with Dawson, and she was very frustrated with him. He was a very rambunctious toddler by all accounts. So I think that's a really good point, Lori. I agree with you. Heartstar, I'm wondering if they went back further in her Google searches, would they have found Andrea Yates after the conversation with her colleague? Did it give her ideas? So if you weren't if you weren't here yesterday, one of her old work colleagues mentioned that a long time ago, when Lindsay first started, around that time, they were having this conversation about Andrea Yates, and Lindsay didn't really know who she was. So the colleague said what she did, like Andrea Yates unalived her children. And so Lindsay seemed emotionally distraught about that and said, I can't believe anybody could unalive their children like that. And so that came out in testimony yesterday. But you really do have a good point. Did it give her ideas? Will the jury think like that? Pearl Jam. Oh, my name is, I love that name. Perla. That's such a pretty name. Perla means pearl in Spanish. I love that name. And you know what? As a writer, I always look for interesting names like that. I have to remember that. Name a character Perla. Love the name. So, wow. On another note, the tightening double knot of the bands is something I can't comprehend. Yeah, that's where I'm stuck as well. That's exactly what the prosecution also emphasized in its opening statement, carried it through testimony. Again, that's a big theme because that's actually one of the elements they have to prove in first-degree murder, deliberate, that it was intentional and deliberate. So the knot was tied like you tie your shoelace without the bow. So if each one was tied the same way, and she had to pull pretty tight, right? So did she have the rational mind to tie that bow and hold it down there? So that does show deliberation. And I think jurors will be stuck there as well. And I think that theme is going to carry all the way through in the closing arguments. You're going to hear about it again. They're going to stress that because it took also testimony, I think, from the medical examiner. It would have taken several minutes for each victim to die. And what a struggle. And it also shows extreme cruelty. It's awful. I mean, horrible way to go. And then when it came to unaliving herself, people are saying that, well, those were superficial cuts. She was afraid she could do it to her children, but she became a wimp when it came to herself. And she didn't even, try that hard. And then ultimately some people think she let herself down easy. The police indicated that because there was blood evidence on the side of the house. So you can possibly draw the inference that she let herself down easy. However, the defense says, well, clearly she didn't let herself down easy. Look, Reddington called the ER doctor from South Shore Hospital yesterday who testified about the multiple fractures to her back. So that is the defense's theory that, she really did attempt to unalive herself.
Yes.
The judge just scared me. That came in pretty loud. Michelle says, I can relate to the fear and worry, but not unaliving your children when you have so much help around you. Totally. You'd have to be in such extreme psychosis to do this to your children. I've seen someone in psychosis. I don't know. I think that's why this case is so gray, right? It's not black and white. Like Brian Walsh to me was black and white. He did it. And the jury thought he did it. But this one's tough. And jury's coming in. So we'll keep the chat going here. I do have to get some water and some coffee.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within before the Commonwealth. Draw near and give your attendance and you shall be heard.
Yeah, and she called her husband back. That's a good point, Michelle. Yep, the Commonwealth had stressed that. All right, I'm going to make myself small. Thanks, everybody, for joining us.
Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shanan.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning, everyone. All right. Nice to see everyone. I'm going to ask you those questions, and we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule So first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And what I wanted to, we'll talk a little bit about today's schedule. We're at the point in the trial where I think, as you saw a little bit yesterday, there's kind of some stop and starts that go through. And I think we're going to have a similar day today. All right, so I appreciate your patience with us as I deal with counsel about some things that I have to speak to outside of your presence. But as you see the cases moving forward, and those kind of gaps or the stops that you see are part of the reason that keeps the case moving. So I think the schedule today will be similar in some ways to what we had yesterday. All right. And so with that, we're going to now return to the defendant who's presenting her case at this time. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Sue Clancy, please. Yeah, she should be in the hallway.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you to speak into that microphone, keep your voice up if you could. All right. Counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And just tell us your name and spell it, please.
Susan Clancy, SUSAN CLANCY.
It's the mother-in-law.
Situate.
Oh,
Yes.
I live in Situate.
Correct. Yes.
Tell us what your relationship was with Lindsay, how you knew her.
Yep. Lindsay married my son Patrick, and we had a very good relationship.
And did you have occasion to go to their home
Yes.
in Weymouth?
Yes,
Occasion?
I did.
And then in Duxbury as well?
Correct.
And obviously, you and your husband were the grandparents of the 3 little kids.
Yes.
And how was your relationship with the babies?
Beautiful.
And tell us how frequently, to your memory, you were able to visit with your son, Lindsay, and of course your grandchildren.
At least a couple times a month we would see them.
At some point, oh, by the way, what do you do for work? I'm sorry, an RN?
An RN.
And what type of any
I
focus?
worked in the labor and delivery room for about 38 years.
38 years in labor and delivery,
Correct.
helping women that were having babies. And
Correct.
obviously, you kept up with the studies and continuing education and things.
Yes, I did.
To that extent, in your capacity as an RN with 38, well, back then it would have been 35 years of experience, I think.
Yes.
Fair to say that you, as I said, you would keep up with all of recent developments in postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, all of that.
Somewhat, but I mainly just was in the delivery room itself.
So were you aware of the various physicians that were in the forefront, if you will, of postpartum studies as it relates to medicine?
Yes.
And would one of the people that you were interested in be a person by the name of Dr. Meg Spinelli?
Yes.
Can you tell us who Meg Spinelli is?
I don't really know Meg Spinelli well. We've spoken a couple of times. I believe she specializes in postpartum mental health.
And have you met with her before?
Not in person.
Okay. Did you at some point ask Dr. Spinelli to help out at your hospital, and I guess they call it a rounds lecture?
I asked her to bring on her experience and education in that area and share it with my colleagues.
Did she do that?
She did.
And as time went by, dealing with your job, your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren, did you notice in 2022, after Callen was born, any change in the personality, if you will, of Lindsay?
Several months after that, I did.
Would that be sometime in the fall?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, being as close as you were with the family, well, let me back up. As a mother-in-law, did you have any observation to observe Lindsay with her kids?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors about how you saw her acting with her children as a mother?
She was very nurturing, very loving. She was a wonderful mother. Wonderful.
Did you ever see her treat her middle son, Dawson, bad because you didn't like him?
No.
Did she love Dawson, in your opinion?
She loved her children, all of them, very, very much.
And during that period of time, let's say October, November of 2022, what did you observe about Lindsay?
She reached out to me in November and told me that she felt unwell.
Did she describe any symptoms for you?
She did.
Tell the jurors what she said.
She felt mostly she had insomnia. She was losing her appetite. She was very anxious and sad.
Did she tell you that she was seeing doctors?
Yes.
And at some point, did you recommend, did she come to you and ask you for help regarding seeing a doctor?
Yes, she asked for my support.
And did you obviously gave it to her?
Yes.
And what did you do to make any recommendations for her?
I reached out to my colleagues who were running a clinic for women that were struggling postpartum.
Would that be the South Shore?
Yes, correct.
And at some point, as a result of your intervention, was a nurse practitioner, Julie Hall, agreeing to step in and help out?
Yes.
Did Lindsay see Julie?
I believe she did.
And you really pretty much were out of the mix at that point. You basically made the connection, knew that she was on there, right?
Correct.
Did you find that Lindsay was interested at all times in trying to get better and see doctors?
Very much so.
Did you find at all, do you have an opinion with your observations of Lindsay as to whether or not she was offered help and would just spurn it and not see doctors and not have
She was
treatment?
begging for help.
And during that period of time, you were there for her by text and by telephone and in person.
Correct.
Now, during that time that you were, let's say November and into December, the holiday season, do you recall the holidays for 2022?
Yes.
Can you tell us, was that a fun time for the Clancys?
Lindsay was struggling. We were all very concerned.
You knew in January, New Year's, actually, that she ended up going
Yes.
to the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
You know that she'd eventually get out of the McLean Hospital.
Yes.
Fair to say that you and Lindsay, as I said, communicated a lot by text messaging, right?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to approach you with extraction report. This is a report that is done by the DA's Office of the State Police, Mr. Whiffen, on what's called Celebrate, where they can go into, did they examine your phone?
No.
They examined Lindsay's phone and obtained texts. Have you seen the texts?
I think so.
Okay. I'm going to approach you with the extraction report. Okay. And you can just take a look and see if your telephone number is on there, just for foundation purposes. Or if you, it is, okay. And just quickly flip through and see if you recognize those texts. You don't have to look at all of them, that's for sure. they appear to be texts between you and Lindsay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm not going to go through each and every text. What I'm going to suggest is I would offer this, and then the jurors would be able to look at what they wish.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth just makes the same objection previously made on.
All right. Over the Commonwealth's objection, that may be admitted.
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you indicated that you were a labor and delivery nurse for 38 years.
Mm-hmm.
And what hospital was that?
South Shore Hospital.
And early on in the defendant's career, did you work with her?
Briefly.
And she then went to Mass General, correct?
Yeah, she was a student at the time.
Okay. And you stated that you are aware of a doctor named Meg Spinelli, correct?
Yes.
Did you reach out to her in this case?
I don't remember exactly how she and I connected. I don't recall.
Well, you indicated that you connected with her in a professional capacity to have her come to your hospital, right?
Yes.
But as far as her role in this case with the defendant, did you reach out to her for that?
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
Now, you said that you began to notice some issues in, defense counsel said October, November, but fair to say you weren't aware of what was going on until she texted you on November 16th when she was at the emergency room.
Yes.
And that was at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And you actually met her there at the emergency room?
Yes.
Was she by herself or with Patrick?
She was by herself.
Did you know how she got there?
She drove.
She drove herself to the hospital?
Correct.
And she was in the emergency room for a while, correct?
I don't know how long, probably an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Well, you went down when you knew she was there, sat with her for a little bit, went back upstairs to because you were working that day, right?
Correct. I wasn't able to go down immediately. I had to wait about an hour and a half, and then I went down.
Okay. And then you sat with her back down at some point before she was discharged.
Yes. Counsel, can I see it sidebar just very briefly?
Okay, we have another sidebar. Well, obviously the mother-in-law is on, the mother-in-law is on the side of Lindsay as well. Described her as a, very loving mother who was trying to get help. She loved all her children. She reached out in November, and Lindsay had complained of insomnia and a high degree of anxiety, no appetite, asked her for help and support, reached out to the colleagues, and connected Lindsay with the nurse practitioner. So it's interesting. I'm trying to see where the Commonwealth is going with this, because I thought she was a good witness for the defense. Let's see what you guys think. Pink Door. In some ways, people want so much to defend Lindsay and absolve her from the guilt that they know.
So, Mrs. Clancy, you came down to the emergency room and you sat with her for a while, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you why she was there?
Yes.
And fair to say, she indicated to you that she was having trouble sleeping and she had some heart palpitations.
Correct.
And that's what brought her to the emergency room to get checked out?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had consumed a weed gummy before going to the ER that day?
She did not.
Okay. And in your experience as a nurse, is that sometimes a reaction to THC or CBD or some sort of weed that somebody might have a faster heartbeat?
I don't know.
Now, when she was in the emergency room, she was seen by a doctor and provided some medication. Were you there when the doctor was there?
Yes.
And you're aware that the ER doctor, gave her some trazodone to help her sleep?
Yes.
Because that's what she was really concerned about, right? The sleep.
Yes.
And when she left the emergency room, did you call her an Uber or have Pat come and get her or call your husband to come get her?
No.
She left in her own car, right?
Correct.
And so fair to say, after that ER visit, you remained in pretty constant contact with her, at least via text message,
Yes.
right? And that you would check in with her pretty much daily. And that's all in these texts.
Yes.
Now, you were familiar with the perinatal behavioral health clinic because of your work at Social Hospital,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And so the person actually that you connected with first was not Julie Paul, was it?
No, it was one of the midwives that I was working with.
And her name is Nanette?
I think so.
And so did she provide you with Julie Paul's contact information?
She suggested Julie.
Okay. And as a result of the suggestion, you reached out to Julie with Lindsay's permission, right?
Yes.
And you said that at that point you made the contact, knew she had spoken to Julie, and you kind of stepped back from the clinic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're aware Julie Paul is one of the only prescribers that the defendant encountered that's not personally named in a civil lawsuit that's pending, don't you?
I'm not sure.
Now, so the ER visit's on the 16th. Contact is made with Julie Paul on November 20th, right?
It sounds right.
Okay. And that would have been your phone call to her first.
I don't remember exactly.
In the time period, well, you knew she was going and going to see providers and meeting with Julie and going to the clinic. Did you offer to help out more with the kids?
Yes.
You were still working full-time at that time, weren't you?
Yes.
So fair to say it was kind of limited based on your schedule?
Correct.
Did you have a normal schedule that you worked at that time period?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, as a nurse, did you work day shifts? Did you work mids?
I worked the day shift.
Okay. So did you offer to watch the kids at nighttime?
I don't remember exactly.
Did the kids come to stay at your house overnight so that she could get some sleep?
No, they didn't.
Fair to say you offered and she didn't want the kids to come to your house, right?
No, that's not right.
Well, did they ever sleep over your house?
No, they didn't.
And Cora was 5, right?
Yes, correct. She turned 5 that December.
So at any point, they never stayed over?
We decided together it was best for them to be in their own beds at their own house with all their belongings. And Lindsay's parents were very actively involved in staying over and helping out. So it was the best decision that they stay home in their own beds.
So prior to the November of 2022, did you and your husband ever come and stay over the night so that Patrick and Lindsay could go off?
We never did stay at their house.
And as far as kind of watching the kids or taking the kids outside of the house during the daytime, did you often take Cora on kind of day trips out to lunch?
Yeah, we used to go to lunch together.
How about Dawson? Did you take him one-on-one out to?
Not as much. He was younger.
And how about Callen? Did you ever take him out of the house without Lindsay?
No.
And are you aware that Lindsay told one of the therapists that she wasn't close with you as in-laws? And that
I didn't know that, no.
That she said she doesn't generally allow the in-laws to watch her children?
I did watch the kids.
Okay, but are you aware that she told the therapist that?
No.
Are you aware she told the therapist that she didn't have any particular reason why and that they don't bug me about it either?
I didn't know any of that.
Now, Lindsay, the defendant, she communicated with you via text about her issues with sleep and the medication she was taking, right?
Yes.
And as far as the ER visit where the trazodone was prescribed, do you recall having a back and forth conversation with her about that it's okay to increase it if you weren't getting any relief?
The doctor told her that, so I repeated that.
And so you're aware that she was, in fact, increasing the dose?
I did not know that.
Now, once she was seeing Julie Paul, did you continue to have conversations with her about how she was feeling?
Yes.
And you knew that she was taking some new medications after she saw Julie, right?
Yes.
And sorry, these pages are different than mine. At some point, after being prescribed some medication, you recall that Lindsay told you that she thought she developed a benzo dependency, correct?
I vaguely remember that.
That would be on November 29th, where she says, I just deep down inside of me feel that I've developed a benzo dependence after just 2 weeks of using it, and I feel like no one is hearing that and addressing it, and we keep throwing different meds in the mix that aren't really addressing the real issue. Do you recall that message?
It sounds familiar.
And she asks you, or you respond, so hard, I don't know what to do, so should you not use it? And she responds, I guess not, but then I don't sleep, right? Do you recall that?
I can't say for certain. It sounds right.
Okay.
I don't remember a lot of specifics.
And on November 30th, she says, and I'm just gonna try to show on the screen here. She says, I'm not okay and I'm terrified of taking meds tonight. Do you see that in the green?
Yes.
And then your response is, why are you scared? Why happens if you don't take them? What are you afraid of? What about Ambien, right? You're actively trying to help her kind of figure out the medication.
Yes, there were a lot of medications.
You're aware she wasn't prescribed all the medications at one time, but just a lot of different combinations were kind of thrown around as options, right?
It seemed confusing.
That she's very clear and she tells you which medications she's taking, right? Ativan and Remeron.
Probably.
Okay. And then she also tells you on November 30th when you're talking about it, she says, I know they take time to reach a therapeutic level to have the desired effect, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then you respond, exactly. And she tells you that she's just depressed and She thinks it was brought on by the medication, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, on November 30th at 7:52, I was never, ever this depressed. It was brought on by the medication. Did you say that or did she say that?
She probably said that.
Now, you were asked about the holidays and Thanksgiving. You remember Thanksgiving? Where did you guys go for Thanksgiving?
To my daughter's house.
And do you remember telling the grand jury that during Thanksgiving things were better?
I don't recall.
Well, do you remember her saying that she said things were better? Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. You were asked, what was Lindsay like during the big Thanksgiving gathering? What observations did you make? Answer, she smiled. The girls all had Thanksgiving t-shirts on that sort of matched. We took a picture. She mostly focused on the kids and interacting with the cousins and the aunts and uncles. At one point, she went off a little into the distance, and I approached and asked her how she was doing, and she said, I'm trying hard to get better. I'm still working at it. I asked about her sleep. I thought that was important, and also the fact that she lost some weight. She didn't have an appetite, and she said things were getting better.
Okay.
Now, during the holidays, you, in fact, took some time off of work so that you were around a little bit more, correct?
Correct.
And so when you were around a little bit more, did you spend all day, every day at their house?
No.
Fair to say you would come sometimes play with the kids, right?
Yes.
Do shopping for her.
Correct.
And then you actually went on vacation.
Yes.
You and your husband went to Aruba.
Yes.
How long were you in Aruba?
5 or 6 days, I think.
And now moving towards Christmas, you had dinner with them at their house on the 23rd, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember breakfast on Christmas Day?
Yes.
Was that at their house or someplace else?
Their house.
Okay. And then what did you guys do after breakfast?
We went to church.
And fair to say you've previously testified that breakfast was great.
Yes.
And that church was beautiful.
Yes.
And in fact, the defendant, she told you that it was great and that she was glad she went to church that day on Christmas Day.
Yes, she did.
And then after that, you're aware they went down to Connecticut to see her family.
Right.
Now, are you an active member in the Catholic Church?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
Counsel, could I see you over here?
Jesus. Oh my God. I can't believe she just said that. First of all, oh, that's right. He's getting chastised for that. That's for sure. Wow. I can't believe she just brought religion into it. I don't think the jury will like that. Now, another thing I would say is this is an example of how cross-examination can drag on too long. As I've mentioned, Reddington is very good at it. He makes his point and then sits down. You know, what's the point of a lot of this? In fact, some of it is even helping the defense's case, because asking about, are you aware she took the gummy? Well, the defense has pointed out that marijuana can actually trigger psychosis. Not that it necessarily did in this case, but that goes to the defense's case. It's interesting also that she brought out the concept that Lindsay wasn't a big fan of hers. So that was kind of weird in court. Like, I mean, I don't know. I would give this cross-examination, if I were to grade it. Remember, I taught law for a long time too. And if the students got up here and did a cross-examination like this, I would give it a C, maybe a C minus. Yeah, I can't believe she said that. I've never heard somebody bring religion into it like that. Oh, gosh. That's going to be all over the internet, probably. I agree, Michelle. She has no flow. Kevin Reddington is quick and swift. Trust me, someone who tried a lot of cases, okay? It is not
What that
easy.
means is you are not to consider it for any reason or any purpose. Okay?
So the judge had to give that a limiting
So
instruction.
you were aware, Mrs. Clancy, about the stay at McLean Hospital from January 1st to January 5th, correct?
Yes.
And did you come to the house to help with the kids during that time period?
Yes.
And fair to say, when she came home on the 5th, there was a party for Cora on the 7th.
Yes.
Did you go to the birthday party?
No.
Were you at the house much between January 7th and January 24th?
I don't remember.
Do you recall previously reporting that you hadn't been at the house?
I don't remember.
And during that time period, you never took the kids on a day trip or for a visit?
I don't recall.
And were you aware that between January 7th and January 24th that Pat and Lindsay went to the Cape Codder with the kids?
I'm aware of that.
And that they went to the Museum of Science with the kids?
Yes.
And that Pat left Dawson and Callen home, or excuse me, left Dawson and Callen home to go take Cora skiing. Were you aware of that?
It sounds accurate to me.
On the ski trip, did they ask you to come over and stay with Lindsay while she was with the other kids?
I don't remember.
And you were asked on direct examination about Lindsay going to see providers, and you said, I think she was begging for help, right?
She was.
Did you attend any of those meetings with her, therapists or doctors?
No.
So you don't know what she told the providers, right?
I don't know.
And you don't know what kind of help she asked for other than medication, do you?
No.
And do you know whether there was any other options offered to her other than McLean, like a partial hospitalization program or intensive outpatient? Were you aware of those options?
Yeah.
And do you know if she went?
She went to Women and Infants.
So that's the one day where Pat dropped her off and went skiing and then came back, right?
I believe so.
I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Reddington, redirect.
So she asked you about options that were available to Lindsay, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned one of them was that she could go to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island that specializes in perinatal and postpartum, right?
Yes.
You know that she went there, right?
Correct.
You know she was turned away because she was over-medicated, right?
Yes.
You also know that they gave her numbers to call suicide hotlines, right?
Yes.
She called twice, not once, but twice, and again was turned away. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Come on.
On that. So you're aware she was turned away because she told you she was turned away, right?
I don't remember the details of that visit or that day.
You didn't review the records, did you?
No.
So you're not aware that they actually deferred to Pat and Lindsay reporting over medication?
I remember something being said that she wasn't a candidate for that program. That's what I recall being told by Patrick and Lindsay.
Okay. And that's because everything she described was reported connected to medication and occurred well after what's considered the postpartum period, right?
I don't know.
Well, you're a labor and delivery nurse. You know the postpartum period could be up to a year, right?
I've heard it could be longer.
But generally, it's within the first 12 weeks that you start to see some symptoms.
I don't know.
You're aware that she was sent from Women and Infants with actually several options. where it included inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. That's what she was sent away with.
Okay.
Nothing further.
May I? One more?
Go ahead, one.
So outpatient management, that would include somebody like Gelada, right?
Yes.
You know that women and infants called Gelada and she never called them back?
I didn't know that.
Commonwealth, anything on that?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let me step down. Thank you. All right, well, members of the jury, this is one of those stops I told you about we're going to have kind of throughout today. So I'm going to ask you to go back to the jury room, hopefully just for a short amount of time, and then we'll bring you right back in and we'll continue with the evidence. Okay?
All right, please, your next.
Tony, you have a good point. Kevin Reddington looks mad.
All right, counsel, I know that the next witness is scheduled to be Dr. La Posada.
Yes.
Oh, your favorite.
And she will be testifying by Zoom.
That's correct.
And I
Oh my God.
think at some point after we talk a little bit, we're going to have to take a short break just to make sure that logistically everything's all set up with the doctor and the system here. And I appreciate everybody's help technically in setting that up. And I know that the defendant has provided, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 exhibits that counsel wanted to introduce through Dr. La Posada. And so I guess, Commonwealth, if you had an opportunity to take a look at these.
Yes, and we are objecting to these items. Yes.
All right. And so why don't we discuss those here in open court and go through it. And so I've had the opportunity, I saw these this morning as well. And so Commonwealth, why don't I hear the objections and then I'll hear from the defendant.
The main objection is that the drawing is inaccurate. The window well is in the wrong place, and where they have her falling and landing in slide 4 would be where the window well is actually placed in the photograph. I can pass up the photograph to the court. This is in evidence, I believe, maybe a couple times. But talks are discretionary, but what they should not do is mislead a jury and present information that's not accurate. And so the drawing itself is inaccurate. And so we're objecting to these slides.
Is that the Commonwealth's objection, is that the window well is in the wrong place on the drawing?
And putting aside the late disclosure and the fact that I don't know if anyone who created this is going to come in and testify that they created it and whether it's to scale or not, but the main objection is that it's inaccurate.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you. Your Honor, obviously, the window well, you've got, this thing is ridiculous. the diagram, we're talking about the window well. I'm just gonna, you already have a copy of it, right?
I do, yeah.
The window well is depicted on the diagram, I suggest, accurately. And in fact, measurements were taken by the gentleman who did the computer animation in conjunction with information by way of medical provided by Dr. Laposada. And it shows clearly that, as Ronna can see, that we're talking about the x-rays that are included. There are exhibits that she attaches that shows the way that she falls, how she hits her head. The Commonwealth has been suggesting that, I guess, that they're confused as to how she would have ended up the way she did. This shows the way that she landed on her head, gets to Jefferson fracture, falls back, legs are facing out from the house. She's laying in the snow. They're all depicted there. If there's an issue with the window well that's off according to the government, they could raise that on cross. They could say, well, the window well was really 6 inches to the left instead of to the right. That never struck her anyway. It's totally irrelevant. I think that they are useful for a jury to be able to review. I did have copies made for the jurors and the court, as well as the DAs. And Dr. Laposada has it. And then I could go through, I could go through, but you can see that we've taken the diagram, the window, where the body lands, and then to the right of it would be the actual x-ray. Dr. Laposada can compare the injuries, talk about the Jefferson fracture. There's a photograph that shows the blood in the snow, shows the area, and the photograph actually shows the window well. And I suggest the window well on page 6 is exactly the way we have it depicted. So I don't know what the objection is. I would ask that the court would allow this to be in.
All right. Well, I guess it appears to be slides 4, 5, and 6 certainly go towards the doctor's opinion as to, we said, the mechanism of the injury that shows the head striking of the ground. And then on the other part of the slide has the x-rays, and there's also a slide regarding the Jefferson fracture diagram. And then 5 is a diagram showing how the thoracic spine injury could have occurred. And there's a diagram regarding the thoracic spine, specifically T6. And then slide 6 shows and I think there has been testimony as that is where the defendant was found. And also then there's a thoracic spine, I think it's either an x-ray or some type of scan, as well as some of the additional medical devices that were found in that area. I'm not quite sure about 1, 2, and 3.
That's fine. I can remove 1. I can remove 2. And we'll just focus, if you want, on 3 through 6.
I think that goes more towards the doctor's background and kind of what had been offered in regards to her opinion.
Your Honor, I think you said you were unsure of 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And defense said he could go with 3, 4, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. So 3 was an issue, was it not?
What's wrong with 3?
Well, I think, again, I think 4 kind of would cover what's dealing with that. All right. So I would allow in slide 4, slide 5, and slide 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Not our objection.
And so what we'll do is, objection noted. And then what we'll do is take a short break at this point, set up the Zoom call. Also, I know we're going to have to probably make certain changes to the jury book that was going to be presented. So the only slides that will be in that book will be, like I said, just so we know.
4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, just so we know which ones we're talking about.
Okay.
There's a book?
Well, no, it's not a book. It's just Laura stapled together all of the exhibits.
All right. So just so we know what we're talking about, right? 4 and 5 is the thoracic spine.
Yes, and like I say, I've got enough for the jurors plus you and the DA's.
Okay. And then 6, I just kind of want to make sure that we're all talking the same.
6.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So why don't we do that? We'll take a short break so that those changes can be made and we can set up for the Zoom, and then we'll come back out and we'll proceed with Dr. LaPosada.
Thank you.
Okay? All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
I'm here. All right. So as they're getting set up, we can talk about it. So obviously that was an argument over the diagram that Dr. LaPosada, who we saw in the Karen Reed trial, is going to be using. And the point of the diagram, according to Kevin Reddington, is to show how she got the Jefferson fracture, how she fell. And I think the reason they're using that and possibly using Dr. LaPosada is to show that this was a real attempt. They're trying to prove it's she was in the midst of a psychotic break, and she truly did try to end her life. And it wasn't contrived because she really got a severe injury, which is a Jefferson fracture, and that's why she's in the wheelchair. So let's talk about the cross-examination for a minute. I agree. I was an easy grader there when I gave them a C. I should have given them a D, and I dropped the grade. I officially dropped the grade. It wasn't effective, and I'll tell you why. Just a little bit of teaching here. As you know, I was a former prosecutor, trial lawyer, and it's very hard to learn. Cross-examination is a skill. And it takes time because when you're a lawyer starting out, you think you have to question the witness on every little detail. Now, these prosecutors are seasoned and they should know better, in my opinion. So let's just talk about what an effective cross-examination is all about. So as I would teach, right, it relies on a strategic framework. And traditionally, they call that the 3 C's, which would be control, clarity, and conciseness. Okay, control, clarity, conciseness. So it shifts the focus from the witness to the cross-examining attorney. I don't think the Commonwealth, the prosecutor, did a good job doing that. And you're supposed to, it allows, so what you're supposed to do in cross-examination is you're exposing the weaknesses in the opponent's case while advancing your own narrative, right? And I just feel like she was all over the board. She didn't use the 3 C's, control, clarity, and concise. She certainly wasn't concise. Did she control the witness? No, okay. Was she clear? Not really. I think from the chat, somebody was confused. So it was kind of confusing where she was going with it. She was just having this Mrs. Clancy repeat her information pretty much. And it's always important to use leading questions. I'm sure you all know that. Never ask an open-ended question like why or how on cross-examination. You really should frame an inquiry as a declarative statement, demanding a yes or a no. So, you arrived at 9 p.m., correct? Yes. And also, never ask a question without knowing the answer. So every question you ask on cross-examination must be pre-verified using, check on what those text messages. Make sure you know what you're talking about, because she was wrong about Julie Paul. I believe Julie Paul has been added to that civil lawsuit. So you've got to, before you go spouting out questions that you don't know if you're sure or you're right, don't do it, and make it much shorter. She just went on and on and on. I felt like her cross-examination weaved like this. It was like a slow snaking river. Also, you've got to be careful, because if you can't use the 3 C's, you open yourself up to surprises, and you've got to make sure that you can impeach your witness. Like you've got to be in control and concise. It's so important, and you can't go It interrupts the flow of the cross-examination. Now, I'm hoping that I don't use too many ums or you knows or placeholders. Sometimes we use them and we don't realize we're doing it. So if you see me doing something, please let me know. I swear, I won't be insulted. So that's just my little bit of a spiel on cross-examination. Reddington is excellent. He makes his point, elicits favorable facts, and then he sits down. You've got to know when to sit down. Let's see. Let's see what Lori says. They shouldn't even have to do that. Say the jump is evidence of guilt. Yeah. You're right, Lori. You do have a good point there. And I think you're talking about the diagram and Dr. Laposada. So if I'm understanding you correctly, do we really need Dr. Laposada? I don't know. What do you guys think about that? We already know she's paralyzed. The ER doctor told us that. All right. User, you are an attorney. The jurors are not. Yeah, true. I don't know if they see. Good. No, you're right. 100%. You're right. Let me think about that for a second. Well, you don't want to lose the jury in cross-examination. And I think that maybe if you go on too long, like the prosecutor just did, I think that you might lose the jury. And you really want to, I think it's really important to hammer your points and then sit down. And if it's a sympathetic witness, like this woman, maybe you don't even cross-examine her at all. That would be what I think anyway. But you're right. Sometimes I have to not think like an attorney sometimes. You're 100% right. So Lori, what I was saying is in the cross, she was talking about the jump at the time. I don't remember what was being said, but they don't need to prove that it was a fake S. That's where the Commonwealth is weirdly leaning. And that's where I don't really follow their theory. And again, when I went back to opening statements this weekend, just to kind of review, I think they're contradicting themselves a little bit. Why not just go with, yeah, she tried to unalive herself. Not that it was this big contrived attempt. Why make that such a big deal? I mean, I guess unless you're trying to prove she was a coward, she could do this to the kids and she was a coward when it came to herself. I think maybe that's where they're going with it, but they need to make that more clear, and they should have made that more clear in opening statements, but they were sort of like that winding brook again, the slow winding brook. That's what I'm going to call them. Well, it's interesting. I love the different, sometimes if I get too legalese, let me know, because you're right. We have to think like jurors as well. And I try to put myself in the shoes of the juror. I was a juror once. So, here's another. All right. Why is this not showing? Okay. The DA is not insinuating Lindsay strategically jumped to ensure her own survival. That's an interesting thing. Some people think that the DA is insinuating that she made a contrived S attempt. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? I think that's something we should discuss. I'm not sure what the DA wants us to insinuate, unless I'm missing something. And I could be, right? I mean, they did stress through witnesses like the lead investigator that there was blood on the side of the house, and those cuts on her neck and her wrists were superficial. So are they insinuating that she suddenly became scared when it came to ending her life, but she could end the children's life easier? She could do that. Or are they suggesting rational behavior on her part? I think that you could interpret this evidence in more ways than one. So I think that's a good point that you bring up. We're not seeing or hearing anything major to show either. I think you're right. Right? I guess but we're not supposed to speculate. And I think they're asking us to speculate here a little bit. So, but we can draw inferences. So that's one thing. We can't speculate, but we can draw inferences from the evidence. And the evidence showed blood on the side of the house. Can we draw an inference from that? So that's what the jurors are allowed to do. Anyone with common sense can see that it was a horrible cross. Yeah. I mean, I think so. I think so. And don't forget, jurors are, I think, the public in general is getting better educated by all of these watching trials on various shows. They're getting better educated on what is a good cross and what is not a good cross. At least somebody in there is. That's probably one of the questionnaires. How often do you watch live stream trials? I would imagine it would be. And would you want that juror on your panel? It's a good question. I think some people believe, and I believe also, that if Lindsay was hearing a commanding voice that was directing her what to do, why did the commanding voice, my eyes aren't that good, fail when it came to her but not to the kids? Yeah, that's a really, really good point, Lori. And if I'm the Commonwealth, that's exactly what I would say in closing arguments. In fact, I would copy and paste your comment and use it if I'm the prosecution, because I think that's exactly where you really have to ask the jurors to use common sense and say, this voice, commanding voice, doesn't sound right. Is it something she came up with after the fact? If I'm a juror, I'm watching the dynamics of all the participants. Absolutely. That's why I want to get into court tomorrow. Photos show no blood sprayed everywhere. True. So if there's no blood sprayed everywhere, that means that she didn't really, either the knife was dull, which we should have had testimony. Was the knife sharp? Was the knife dull? I would like to know that. But also, the voice maybe commanded her to, oh no, cut a little bit lighter. Don't hurt yourself too much now. I don't know. But I think if you had a knife, you could probably slit your wrists, right? Case shows way too much planning on her part. Thanks for your comment, Susie. Why unalive? Yeah, I know. Why unalive 3 babies? As stated, Andrea Yates was hearing voices to unalive the children. Is that where she got the idea? Yeah. It is so sad, but it's something that we're all grappling with right now. I think we don't know what to think. Some people are just saying, oh, guilty, absolutely. Some people need more time to think and evidence. Her diagnosis now surely will be, yeah. So what I think is going to happen, I'd like to hear the experts that Reddington's going to call. La Posada, if all she's going to testify is how Lindsay fell and sustained fractures as she fell out of that, or she jumped out of that window, I don't know. That's not that important to me personally. But I'd like to hear about the treating psychiatrists who spoke with Lindsay and asked her about the voices after this whole incident. Yeah, that's true. If you're not used to seeing all that blood in your house, it's going to be a lot of blood. I've seen crime scene photos, and I don't think it was that much blood either, honestly. But yeah, yeah. Please revert soonest with your observations of the jury. Oh yeah, no, I will. So hopefully, if I get in the courtroom, which I gotta believe I will connect to I'll connect. I'll figure it out. Remember, I got to figure out the technology of. So right now, how I'm live streaming is I have my laptop right here. I use what's called StreamYard, and we have the courtroom live feed up, right? So I can come in and out. Amber is actually running it because here in this apartment in New York, the Wi-Fi isn't very good, even though I had Comcast come and fix it and all that. So we'll have the live stream going, right? So you guys can all do the chat and everything from the Margaret McLean show. I've got to figure out how to be outside the court and connect to the live stream with my phone. And I'm sure that I can do that. I just haven't done it before, but I will figure it out, and then I'll let you know. So it'll be very interesting to do. I'll learn how to be Brian Enton, maybe. I like him. He's great. He walks around with his phone and his camera. So I'll try to copy what he does a little bit tomorrow. If she was in a psychotic break episode, would she have attacked her husband if he had shown up? That's a good question. Probably, but then maybe he could have stopped her. I wish he had shown up, right? Then he could have stopped her. Yeah, but he didn't show up till after the fact. And then she was already on the ground, and she was paralyzed, so there's nothing she couldn't attack him. She wouldn't have been able to attack him. But yeah, so now they're setting up Zoom. What do you think about Dr. La Posada testifying through Zoom? Was she on vacation somewhere? I don't know. I'm just saying, I feel that maybe I'm wrong here. I'm just thinking out loud, but I feel that Reddington already got enough evidence on the severity of Lindsay's fall from the ER doctor from the South Shore Hospital. He already testified that she had multiple fractures. Unless La Posada is going to tell us something new and brilliant, we shall see. But I don't know if it's that necessary, but I don't know. Reddington's got more experience than me. He's a veteran, so I'm guessing that what he's doing is smart, and he thought about it. Who am I to say, right? And Lori, she wasn't displaying delusions, but I agree with the user. She probably would have attacked Patrick. Yeah, I imagine. And he could have easily overcome her, for sure, unless she had the knife. By the way, people are asking me, and I just want to get into it a little bit, the concept of whether Lindsay would testify, and people are asking that, and absolutely no way. So I'm convinced that Kevin Reddington will certainly advise Lindsay to exercise her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. So she is not likely to testify in her own defense because it would expose her to a devastating cross-examination by the prosecution. So no way. If Lindsay took the stand I mean, prosecutors would aggressively cross-examine her about her actions on the day of the killings. For example, they would ask her why she used Google Maps to calculate the exact driving time for the takeout order just hours before. Why did she meticulously research terms like hallucinations, psychosis, and mania days prior? That could make her appear highly rational and calculating to the jury, which would completely undermine the defense's narrative of a sudden psychiatric break driven by postpartum psychosis. And another reason I would say where you just couldn't put this woman on the stand, Patrick Clancy testified that about a week after the killing, the tragedy, Lindsay called him from the hospital and stated she heard a man's voice telling her to do that to the children. But prior, she explicitly denied having any hallucinations or delusions right up until the day before, right? So the prosecution could use her testimony to frame this voice as a post-arrest fabrication meant to evade criminal responsibility. So there's no way. And also, the defense doesn't need Lindsay's personal testimony. Instead, Reddington will get her version of the voices and what happened from the independent forensic psychiatrists and the medical experts, because these experts can review her extensive medical records, detail her volatile cocktail of those 13 medications, and testify that she was legally insane without subjecting Lindsay to a grueling prosecutorial interrogation. And that's exactly why I would never in a million years put Lindsay Clancy on the stand, but people are asking that. She has the Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. So that's, while we're setting up Zoom, that's my legal spiel on that. Okay. Oh, there was a Margaret, please explain something. Gosh, can you put that in again? Because it went so fast that I missed it. I just saw briefly, Margaret, please explain. And the chat goes up so fast. So can you ask me again? Oh, shoot. Was it up there and I took it off? Technology. Put that back in if you don't mind, because I'm happy to explain something if I can. Margaret, thank you. Please explain why in Massachusetts, if she pled guilty, well, she didn't plead guilty, right? So she pled not guilty to the first degree M's. So somebody had a great question the other day, and I thought it was interesting about why wouldn't they allow her to they don't. So you can't plead not guilty by reason of insanity, right? Because, that would be nice if you could plead not guilty and oh, we'll accept that plea. That just, too bad there wasn't some sort of plea bargain where she could, plead to something much lesser and be sent to the mental institution. But we really don't have that here in Massachusetts. So we have not guilty. If she is found not guilty by reason of insanity, automatically she will be heading to an institution. She'll not be out in the street. And it's very structured here in Massachusetts. So they have this first period where the Commonwealth files notice of civil commitment. So she'll be officially committed. They'll evaluate her. And based on the severity of the crimes here, right? The severity of it's still in the record what happened, right? She admits to the acts here. So that's still all in the record. So based on that, they're not going to let her out anytime soon. And there is a yearly review where the court's involved, the Commonwealth will have a say, the doctors will have a say, and it will come up. Does she present a risk for harm to herself, which I think that in her situation, she's probably going to want to unalive herself, or does she present a risk to others? So, and that's where it's a little iffy because she's in a wheelchair. Could she grab a knife? Could she go into psychosis again? So they will review all of that, but she will not be out in the streets very soon. But she wasn't willing to plead guilty. So if she was willing to plead guilty, right, then we wouldn't have a trial. So hopefully I answered that question. I don't know. Did she jump out the window because Patrick came home? No, I don't think so. And didn't anticipate being still conscious, using it as an escape so she didn't have the answer for what she had done rather than the S attempt. I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but because of, she had hypothermia. So I feel like she was lying on the ground for a little bit of time before he came home. That's what I've inferred from the evidence. I mean, the hypothermia seemed pretty significant because he wasn't gone for that long. So that's one thing that I can't figure that part out, why she would be that hypothermic. So, I mean, I'm not a medical provider, but I'm confused about that. Oh, we got to put up the poll. Hold on. Let me see if we can put up the poll again. I'm not sure. So Amber does that behind the scenes because I don't know how to do it. But let's see if Amber is around. Oh, okay. Let me see if she can put up the poll. It's on the screen. Oh, now she's texting me, so she's listening to me. Where is the poll? So the poll's somewhere on the screen. I don't know how to pull it up. Can you guys see the poll? All right. Amber's texting me here. Amber's awesome. A shout out to Amber. Thank you so much for all you do. You are amazing. So I can at least tell you, Amber can text it to me and I can tell you what it says. So Susie, thank you. It's just the trial is horrendous to be going through when she is obviously, yeah. But I know Mass is different. Yeah, Massachusetts can be different. So the prosecution has to prove Lindsay's sanity beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's where it's different. The defense doesn't have to prove anything. I mean, once they present some evidence that she was in a psychotic break or that she didn't understand what she was doing, she didn't have criminal capacity, the mental capacity to commit the crime, then the burden shifts entirely to the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was sane at the very time of the killings. So, but the defense is doing a great job raising reasonable doubt here. Boy, it's taking a long time to set up Zoom. I don't take that long if I do a Zoom call. I mean, come on, it's Laposada can't figure out Zoom. I think that's the issue here. Yeah, we're actually creating the poll. So thanks, Amber. Amber just texted me. So she's good at doing that. So we'll put up a poll. Oh, there, Amber already put it in there. Poll isn't up yet. MM was mistaken. Yep, I was mistaken. I'll tell you, I'm not perfect. So Julie says they are definitely not proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And Julie, I appreciate all the different opinions here because that's why I really enjoy this chat, because we are open to all sorts of opinions and how we view evidence and how we view the attorneys, how we view cross-examinations. Actually, so I gave too easy of a grade. And then one of you guys convinced me, I think it was Lori or Michelle, that I had to change the grade. And I said, you've convinced me. So I changed it down to a D. Yeah. And then let's see I didn't see the amount of blood in the pictures to say there was that amount of blood lost to justify. Okay. Yeah. I saw the pictures. There were drops of blood, which makes sense. Like I thought the drops of blood looked more like something have you ever cut yourself on glass, like cut your foot on glass, stepped on a pop top? The younger generation doesn't know what a pop top is. I do. And you've got the blood, the splashes of blood, the dots of blood around, right? But like if you really are cutting your wrists and your neck and you did a good job of it, I think blood's going to be spurting all over the place. So Pam, yes, but hospital records stated hypothermia caused the cardiac arrest. What's that word? Hypovolemia. Pam, what does that mean? Hypovolemia. And yes, she did go into cardiac arrest. She almost died. I'm dying to see how you guys are going to vote in the poll. Gosh, we've had a lot of breaks today. Hypovolemia equals lack of blood volume. Okay, so Pam, what does that mean? Do you think that meant she bled more than we think she bled? How hypervolemic was she? So Pam, I really appreciate it because Pam's in the medical field, so it's very helpful. Judy, will Beau Prosecutor get in trouble for mentioning religion? I wouldn't be surprised. Beau Prosecutor should know better than that. What the heck was she thinking? Mentioning religion. Unbelievable. Oh, the poll is up. You guys, the poll is up, so make sure you vote because I'd like to see where we stand now that the Commonwealth has rested its case. So as you're voting in the poll, don't forget to press the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate it. I'm a growing channel. I'm learning. Oh, it's about time. If you're between guilty...
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, we have some kind of background noise. I don't know if there's anything that can be done with
God.
I know, I'm not sure. I'm probably the wrong person to ask in regards to that.
I'm right behind you.
I'm glad I don't have that background noise in my feed.
Hello.
There's Dr. LaPosada. I'll make myself small.
Yeah, this
It's
is
Have a
gonna be
nice
good.
day. Is anyone there?
Yeah, a lot of people are
Hold
here.
on, Doc.
A lot of people are here. Yes.
I'm not
Thousands
sure
and thousands.
this is going to work at this point. So why don't we see if we can get somebody to address this?
You can see your legs.
We'll get it done. But we'll call someone at FTR or somebody. So why don't we take a further break? We'll figure this out.
I'll ask the crowd.
Yeah. All right. All right. Thanks.
Well, that was interesting. They shouldn't have brought the judge out, and they should have tested it first because now the whole world heard that. Oh boy, what do you think? Pam, you've got to bring your groceries in. Don't drop the eggs. Yeah, Michelle, you make a good point. Lindsay didn't need stitches. What did I miss? Nothing. You didn't miss anything. You missed it. If you were here for the cross-examination, you missed a very bad cross-examination of Mrs. Clancy, who is the mother-in-law. We were talking about that, and now we've had this big delay because Reddington wants to call Dr. LaPosada via Zoom, and they can't figure out Zoom. It's taken forever to set it up. and now there's static on it, bad static. So we just saw that for a minute, and La Posada said, hello. That was kind of funny. I'm getting a little punchy here, but their technology isn't going very well. So you didn't, oh, hi, Safa. Good to see you from all the way from South Africa. You haven't missed much today. We had the mother-in-law testify. Of course, she testified that Lindsay was a loving mother, good to her kids. So she was clearly on Lindsay's side. Testified how Lindsay had been struggling and reached out to her. So she connected Lindsay with Julie Paul, because the mother-in-law is also a nurse, I believe. I think she's is she a labor and delivery nurse or something like that? But then there was this long, bad, winding cross examination by the prosecution. And what did come out was Lindsay told one of her healthcare providers that she didn't think the mother-in-law was that helpful, or she wasn't close to her, or something like that. So the mother-in-law wasn't aware of it. She said, well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Here she's trying to help Lindsay. So that was kind of awkward. But overall, I don't think the cross accomplished much. And now we're waiting for La Posada via Zoom. And too bad La Posada couldn't show up in person. But like I said, I think she's on vacation. All right. So Amber. Oh, that's me. I'm a former prosecutor and law professor. Somebody new to the chat, by the way. I am Margaret McLean, host of the Margaret McLean Show. I'm a courtroom translator, so that's the byline. And I was a former prosecutor for a number of years. I'm also was a civil trial attorney, and I taught law at Boston College for 17 years. So that's my background. I enjoy following trials, and I've just this started live streaming not too long ago. I followed the Karen Reed case, but with another group. But I'm here to provide you with legal commentary, and I really enjoy this chat. I'm welcoming everybody to the show, and what I think is unique, well, hopefully it's unique, is we are very open-minded to various opinions in this chat. We look at the evidence like jurors would look at the evidence, and I try to throw in some legal jargon here and there. But I think we bring a lot to analyze. Oh, I just used we were just criticizing the prosecution for using in about every sentence. So now I'm getting really self-conscious. What am I saying? Am I using it? Am I using those placeholders? So I hope I'm not. But we here in the chat, what we do is we talk about the evidence, we talk about the testimony, and we express our ideas and thoughts on that. And I think we do. I love it. I love how civil this chat is. Differing opinions, welcome and not attacked. No, I don't think there's a reason to attack each other in the chat. If we can have strong opinions, we can back them up by a strong argument. That's fine. But I think it's not nice to be insulting, because then people don't want to chat if it looks like they're going to be cut down. Because everybody, remember back when we were in school and we were afraid to raise our hands because we thought maybe everybody else would think that we were foolish, or what we had to say was not smart, so we'd be afraid. Well, I don't want you to feel that way. Yeah, I love the chat. And it's going up so fast, I can't catch the chat. Gosh. Yeah, the conspiracy theories. I will have to say that this chat we have been following for a very long time. We've followed, most of us, not everybody, but most of us have been following this case since day one. I don't think if we were to put a poll up, I don't see where there's any evidence of the conspiracy theories that they're throwing around on Reddit and online. I haven't gone down the rabbit hole of those conspiracy theories. Yes, some cases there are conspiracies. Okay. I believe conspiracies exist for sure. Various other trials and different situations, police conspiracy, whatever you may think. But in this case, I don't see any evidence that Patrick Clancy was anyhow involved in these terrible tragedies. If you just listen to the 911 call, you will not believe in the conspiracy theories. It just doesn't make sense. And I think the only reason he got married and he has a kid, he is divorced from her, he's standing by her side, but there's many reasons why somebody might get remarried. There's no evidence that he was having an affair. Lindsay's closest friends testified and nothing ever came up about problems in their marriage. In fact, it was the opposite. Everybody's saying they actually had a good marriage. So I go by testimony and a solid police investigation. I think it was solid in this case. That's why I just am not buying into some of those theories. And I think some of those theories are coming from people who are not watching this case. So that's just my spiel on that. Yeah. Yeah, these breaks are so long. Yeah. Gosh. A lot of wasted time today. Really is. And of course, I've got to watch my time here. Luckily, I packed the night before. Oh, the poll is up. So the poll is up. We'll have to make sure you vote. I'd like to see where we all stand. Yeah, I think if there was, Michelle, you do have a really good point. If there was evidence of an affair, then that would give Lindsay the motive to do what she did. The Commonwealth would have absolutely brought that up. If I'm a prosecutor, I'd be during the investigation, right? I'd ask the police, go back in Patrick's phone history, go back in Lindsay's phone history, look for any evidence of an affair because that would give you motive. And they didn't find it. There's no way. And I don't think the police are conspiring here with Patrick Clancy. So it's just my opinion. I'm reading some of the chat. Oh, the chat's going so fast. Yeah, I get it. He was pretty quick to bail. Yeah. Well, he can't be in the courthouse. I mean, he's a witness. So I'm not sure. He's a sequestered witness. Maybe he might not even want to listen to some of this testimony because it's just too close to home for him. He found the children. Can you imagine finding your children that way? I think that's such a traumatic event for anybody, and how they respond. I personally can't pass judgment on that. Did he I know he moved to New York City. Did he compartmentalize somehow? How are you going to move forward? How are you going to live? I mean, how are you going to not want to unalive yourself? Having to find those 3 children like that. It's the worst possible thing I think anybody could go through. And he obviously ended up meeting somebody, and she provided some sort of, relief for him. She must have been emotional support, and he obviously fell in love with her and got married. So I can't judge on that based on the trauma that he went through. It was just awful. Yeah, her mother's in there. Yeah, you know what? I actually think Patrick just couldn't bear to listen to it. I think it might be too traumatic. I wouldn't blame him. Do you think he should be in there if he's supporting her? I think you're right. I think he might have had the opportunity to be in there. unless they feel that he could be called back to the stand for some reason. If the prosecution, but I don't remember a motion on that. It's hard to say. I think it might be his choice. He didn't want to be in there for the 911 call. He had to step out. So I think it's traumatic. And then Michelle said, I think he met her a year later. Who knows? But how would I don't know how I'd respond. I'd have to have a lot of therapy finding my kids like that. I think it's just the worst thing that could ever happen. I hope he somehow does find peace, to be honest. Oh, that's interesting. You can find it online. There was a marathon or a half marathon, and both of their names were on the results. And I'm guessing you're talking about Patrick and his new wife. Maybe they were friends. Maybe they fell in love, and who knows? Maybe that's how they met. I don't know. I don't like to guess. I like to stick to the evidence and the facts, but I do feel for the man. When I heard him testify, I do feel for him. So Lori, I agree. We stick to testimony. It's not shocking he bailed. Of course he would. Yeah, who could get beyond what she did? Whether it's in psychosis or not, who could get beyond that? The New Yorker interviewed him, and I read the article, but it's been a while. We should all reread that article and see what he has to say. I know from a family member that they didn't know each other until afterward. Okay. Thanks for sharing, because that's better evidence than us guessing.
So I think
Let's see if it works.
It makes more sense to address whatever the technological issues were on the Zoom. Maybe that could be done during the lunch period. And then we can go forward. I know the defense next witness would be, is it Dr. Condi?
Yes, Donald Condi, C-O-N-D-I-E.
And I know that we had talked about a possible voir dire in regards to Dr. Condi. Do the parties see the need for the doctor testify that, or maybe we could just hear the offer of proof or what the expectations of the testimony is, and then we could.
What the objection is, so.
Yeah.
Well, so the objection is that we were provided with an affidavit. The original affidavit that was provided, counsel agreed that it referred to standard of care, which is not the issue in this case. It really reflects his opinions in a civil case. So we were provided another affidavit, which appears to factually have the same numbered paragraphs and just deletes the ultimate opinion section and adds that Dr. Tufts and Nurse Gelato were aware that Lindsay was experiencing symptoms of suicidal ideation and a critically deteriorating condition while under their care and failed to take reasonable steps. So it's unclear from his affidavit what exactly he's going to testify to. Is he going to just reiterate everything that has been presented in the records, everything that we would expect defense counsel to offer through expert testimony in the criminal responsibility era about the medication regimens that the defendant was on over the course of several months? Because if that's the case, then I would suggest that this is cumulative testimony and that it doesn't need to be presented in this manner to the jury.
But let me ask this, similar to the question I asked earlier, to a similar objection regarding cumulative. The defense hasn't put it. This is their first witness in regards to that. Wouldn't the cumulative analysis be done if there's a follow-up expert that would be addressing these areas?
Potentially, but that then becomes the defense's strategic choice about whether if they're they're going to call Dr. Condi for this piece of it and the other experts for another piece of it. It's unclear, especially where the reports we've been provided by Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Zeisel talk about polypharmacology as part of the basis of their opinions in this case. So it's difficult to assess that, and obviously flagging it and objecting at this point based on what we know the anticipated evidence to be. So I don't know if a proffer is necessary at this point to outline what exactly he expects Dr. Condi to say and how that differs from the opinions of the other experts.
It seems to me that the main objection may lay in regards to Dr. Spinelli then, whether or not, it depends on what her testimony is and how that overlaps with whatever Dr. Condi's is at this point.
If I may, Judge,
yeah.
And I appreciate the fact that you recognize that we have not yet put on a doctor yet. I don't have to accept their evidence. I don't have to accept their doctors. Our doctors, this is our first doctor, who is a very qualified psychopharmacologist. I expect to elicit from him the treatment, very briefly, that she received and the medications that she was on and the effect of these medications as it relates to her condition when she was seeking medical help. That's it. I'm not going to get into criminal responsibility with him. I'm not going to get into lack of criminal responsibility with him. Basically, psychopharmacology and the treatment that she received. He's not going to, be criticizing what Gelada did, what Tufts did. He's just going to detail her condition according to the medical records and the medications that were provided. I am well aware and very experienced in trying jury cases and know when you lose the jury. I know when you lose. I'm not going to have Dr. Zeisel and I'm not going to have Meg Spinelli wax eloquently for hours and bore the jury to death. I'm going to get right to the chase. Dr. Spinelli is a well-qualified doctor on the issues of postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression and treating a pregnant woman and or a postpartum perinatal client or patient. Dr. Zeisel is a general psychologist and will be discussing a number of issues, as you're well aware, because he's been involved with Lindsay for literally 3 years, 46 times he's seen her or something like that. So I'm going to focus their testimony on those fields. I don't think it's necessary for us to have Dr. Condi get up here on a voir dire so that they can hear what he's going to testify to. I'm not going to have him rambling or going off the script. He signed an affidavit, which is even, I think, better than a medical report, that you usually get. So they have plenty to cross-examine him from.
All right. And the intention is not to ask the question regarding standard of care.
That's correct.
All right.
It's all been deleted because the objective
All right.
removed. Yep.
All right. So over the Commonwealth's objection, I'm going to allow at this point Dr. Condi's testimony in line with the affidavit, basically in line with that affidavit, with the holding he's not to testify as to the standard of care opinion as he had the original statement.
Can I just tell him that to make sure?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. All right. So with that, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Good. God bless you.
All right, please, you're entering.
Could we approach while they're coming in?
Sure, yeah. And basically, the real problem is a technological issue. It was going to be a Zoom call. There's been some problems. We're going to try and work on that. So instead of going with that witness, we're going to go on to the next witness, and then we'll put the technological problems for later. All right. So with that, Attorney Reddington?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Dr. Cronin?
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give is the truth, and that you will not find between the Commonwealth and the Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, could you keep your voice up so all the jurors and counsel can hear you, and tell us your name and spell your last name?
My name is Donald Condie, C-O-N-D-I-E.
And tell us, what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a child, adolescent, and adult clinical and forensic psychiatrist.
And can you tell us your background as to where you went to school and when you got your medical degree and things of that nature?
I graduated from Tulane University, then spent some time in graduate school at the University of New Orleans, then went to medical school at Louisiana State University in New Orleans. And then I came to Boston to the Massachusetts Mental Health Center to train in psychiatry.
And where is that?
The Massachusetts Mental Health Center was at 74 Fenwood Road. That building has been demolished, and now they're at 75 Fenwood Road in Boston.
I was referring to more like, is that affiliated with any particular medical schools?
Yes.
What is it?
Harvard.
And what years were you working at the Mass Mental Health Center affiliated with Harvard?
I started there after medical school. I graduated in 1982 from medical school, was an intern in 1982 to 83. That was a Harvard-affiliated internship, and then residency was 83 to 85 for adult training, 2 years, then 85 to 87, which is 2 years of training for child and adolescent. Then I did a forensic fellowship also at the Mass Mental Health Center. And during that year, I spent some time at Harvard Law School as a visiting fellow.
And do you have, or did you have any board certifications that you can tell us about?
I'm board certified in adult and child and adolescent psychiatry.
Do you have a particular focus also on medications that are utilized in the course of psychiatry?
Yes, I've spent a great deal of my career treating people in the state system with psychotic disorders and mood disorders.
Tell us a little bit about that. Was there one particular period of time that you worked with literally more than 100 people that had serious psychotic disorders?
Well, the Massachusetts Mental Health Center was a state inpatient facility. So we had many people with either no insurance or mass health insurance. probably at least half of the patients at any given time would have had psychosis or a major depressive disorder.
Have you, in the course of your career, following through on psychosis or major depressive disorder, had any focus or treatment on women that are either pregnant or have had little babies and they are looking for help in the postpartum period?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, starting in my residency, so in 1983, we had several patients at the Massachusetts Mental Health Center who were pregnant and were also sometimes afflicted with psychosis. We also had people who had delivered a child but were then hospitalized, sometimes with a psychotic depression or sometimes with simply suicidal ideation. And I've encountered that very frequently since then. I was for 14 years the chief medical officer of VinFen, which is a very large agency with contracts from the Department of Mental Health and the Department of Mental Retardation in Massachusetts and in Connecticut. We ran about 350 group homes, about 10 people per home, so maybe 3,500 patients. We frequently had people who were pregnant and were taking medications for psychosis. Sometimes after delivery, the severity of their psychosis would increase. So I'm fairly familiar with that phenomenon.
Doctor, how many years have you actually been practicing now as a physician?
I've been a licensed physician in Massachusetts since 1983.
So what's that? 83, 90, 2000, 2026? Okay, about 40 years.
A little more than 40 years.
Okay. From 1990 through 2012, were you affiliated with forensic child psychiatry with Mass General Hospital?
Yes.
And were you also affiliated through 2013 with Mass General on forensic case consults in this field?
Yes.
All right. I'm asking, have you had occasion to make a number of presentations? We don't have to go through them, but did you make a number of presentations and working as a lecturer for various medical schools, law schools, things like that?
Yes. During the time that I was at Mass Mental Health Center, I was a fellow at Harvard Medical School.
What does that mean to be a fellow?
It means you're a resident in a training program and you're teaching Harvard medical students things about the specialty in which you happen to be practicing.
And what was the specialty that you were a fellow lecturing Harvard medical students about?
First, it was general psychiatry, then it was child and adolescent psychiatry, and then it was forensic psychiatry.
You also have had various scientific or medical publications that you have been authored on a number of occasions, articles, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I'd offer his CV if I could, just if as an exhibit, if that's accepted.
Como? Okay, that may be admitted.
Thank you. Now, doctor, if you can tell me, do you know, not necessarily personally, but do you know of Lindsay Clancy?
I know about the case in general, but I don't know anyone personally.
Now, you have never met her, is that correct?
That's correct.
You've never talked to her, right?
Never have.
You've never evaluated her for what's called criminal responsibility, is that correct?
That's correct. I have not.
I consulted with you for purposes of psychopharmacology and issues like that on this case, is that right?
Yes.
Fair to say that we've had a number of conversations in the evening, off hours, about various medications administered to women that are pregnant or postpartum. Is that right?
Yes.
Excuse me. can you tell the jury, in a summary, what documentation, medical records, police reports, things of that nature on this case that you've had a chance to review?
Well, I've reviewed the records of Rebecca Gelada, the nurse practitioner, Dr. Jennifer Tufts, the psychiatrist that saw Miss Clancy. I've reviewed the Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and the women and infants records. I've reviewed the McLean records, and I might be leaving something out.
You know about her background as far as her employment as a labor and delivery nurse, and her family, her 3 children, and her husband, that she was married, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay. So if I could, Doctor, direct your attention to, let's say, the fall of 2022, end of September. Can you tell us what Lindsay's status was as far as maternity leave with work, and any complaints that she had at that time regarding her mental state?
From my, excuse me. Could I get some water?
We've got some on the way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry, my allergies are kicking up. So from my review of the records, which would start with Dr. Tufts' records, my understanding is that Ms. Clancy was planning to go back to work as a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General. She worked, I believe, the 12 midnight to 12 a.m. shift. And she began to experience, as she had to some extent after her first 2 deliveries, some postpartum anxiety, and consulted Dr. Tufts at that time.
Now, after she had her 3rd child, Callen, was she in, would you strike that? It's fair to say she was in treatment with Dr. Tufts as a treating physician?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at your affidavit, I believe in paragraph 9, did you determine from looking at the medical records as to the time frame that Lindsay treated with Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
And what was that?
She started in the middle of September 2022, and I'm sure that her last appointment was January 23rd, 2023.
Now, did you have a chance to review Dr. Tufts' medical records?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe them for us, please?
They are somewhat sparse, and there are many check boxes in the records, but not a great deal of sentences that describe what was done during sessions.
Were you aware that the sessions that Dr. Tufts conducted with Lindsay from September, the end of September, up through January 23rd were all televised on a computer?
Yes, they were all video.
Do you recall the medications that Dr. Tufts prescribed Lindsay?
I believe the first medication she started was Zoloft, 25 milligrams.
And what is that? Tell us what Zoloft is. What
Zoloft
effect does it have on a person?
I'm sorry?
What effect does that have on a person?
Well, Zoloft is a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is a type of antidepressant that started being used around 1988, I believe. Prozac was the first one, Zoloft was the second. When it works to be helpful, it combats both anxiety and depressive symptoms that people might have. It also has, in some people, an effect of causing a feeling of jitteriness and increasing anxiety. So it's something that does have some potential side effects as well as beneficial effects.
And when she was prescribed the original 25 milligrams of Zoloft, did she in fact take that, or did she defer on taking that?
My recollection of the records is that she had it prescribed, picked it up, but did not take it for at least a couple of weeks because she did not wish to take medication. She was, I believe, still breastfeeding at that time. There are medications, and Zoloft would be one that would likely appear to some extent in the breast milk.
Okay, so because she was worried about that, she held off on that, but ultimately did take the prescription from Dr. Tufts. Is that right?
The records indicate that she did eventually start taking the 25 milligrams.
Sorry. Does it indicate when she started taking them after that little hiatus?
To be exact, I'd have to look at the records, but I believe it was at the end of September.
And was that dosage increased at some point?
It increased from 25 milligrams to 50 milligrams.
And what happened when Lindsay took the 50 milligrams of Zoloft prescribed by Dr. Tufts?
The records indicate that she had a rather rapid series of difficulties, that she had insomnia for, I believe the records say 48 hours, couldn't sleep. It's something that would be called activation, that these medications can cause in some people who are more susceptible.
Now, by mid-October, after she began taking the Zoloft, would you agree that the records indicate a week after starting the medication and increasing the dose, she reported in October to Dr. Tufts what you're relating is that she felt, how did she describe it to Dr. Tufts? If you could, I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Well, she felt that she talked about being numb. She talked about not being herself. She talked about feeling worse, not better. Antidepressants usually take at least 2 to 3 and frequently 4 to 6 weeks to have useful effects, but sometimes side effects can happen very quickly.
Did she also indicate, looking at your affidavit, that she was crying all day, she was experiencing mental fog, terrified to start something new, anxiety had gotten much worse? Did she tell that to Dr. Tufts at that time at the end of October?
Yes, I do recall those things being in the record.
All right, and following through again on your affidavit, was there further explanation from Lindsay's recitation of symptomology to Dr. Tufts? Did she further state about racing thoughts, paranoia? What did she say? Looking at your report, look at your affidavit if that helps you refresh your memory.
I actually don't have the affidavit with me at the moment. I do have some of the records, but...
well, let me just approach you then and hand you your affidavit, paragraph 13, and see if that refreshes your memory.
Thank you. Yes.
What did she say to Dr. Tufts?
She reported, Dr. Tufts reported that Lindsay's psychiatric condition was generally deteriorating. That's a checkbox on one of the forms that her records.
What did Lindsay say her symptoms were at that point?
That she was having the racing thoughts, and that she was also feeling, as I said, not like herself, that her depression was worse than it had been. I believe that's also around the time that Dr. Tufts thought of trying a medication called Zulresso.
Zulresso.
Yes.
And what is that? Is that you need that by way of injection?
Yes, Zulresso is no longer marketed. It wasn't a particularly successful medication. It requires a 60-hour continuous IV infusion.
In a hospital setting or in a medical setting?
You have to be medically monitored. It doesn't necessarily need to be a hospital, but those are not necessarily things that can be done outside of a hospital.
So she didn't do the Zulresso though, right?
She did not. Okay. It also costs $34,000 just for the medication, not for the monitoring.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened with Dr. Tufts and Lindsay Clancy, sir?
Well, if I look at my affidavit, when she stopped taking the medication, the Zoloft, she now felt better as she had felt before she took the Zoloft, but she was less anxious.
What was the next medication?
She was put on Benadryl and had some difficulty sleeping, but also was worried that night because her son was coughing, and she worried a great deal about the children's health.
And that would be something that would also intrude on her sleep, worrying about her children?
Yes.
Okay. What other symptomology traveling through November into December did she relate to Dr. Tufts, according to your review of the medical records?
Well, she talked about things like dizziness, feeling sedated in the morning when she woke up, if she got any sleep at all. And I think she used the term brain fog at times. These are sometimes symptoms that people who are experiencing postpartum depression frequently complain about. She continued to complain about anxiety.
Well, it's not what they're complaining about, it's what they're living, right?
It is a very unpleasant experience, yes.
And continuing on through November, at some point did she leave or stop with Tufts and go to another healthcare provider by way of either emergency room initially and then another healthcare provider?
Yes.
Who was that?
She started treatment with Rebecca Gelada, a nurse practitioner at South Shore perinatal program.
Now, one of the things that was apparent that we, if you recall, I believe that she also had initially been referred there by a friend of the family. Is that right? To that perinatal clinic?
Yes, my understanding from the records is that Miss Clancy's mother-in-law was friendly with a nurse practitioner who practiced in the perinatal program, and I believe it actually started the perinatal program.
Yes, and ultimately, or in the beginning, she was treated by a Julie Paul. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember looking at the medical records and that on November 27th of 2022, nurse practitioner Julie Paul reported that Lindsay stated that she was disassociated, that she was not in touch with reality. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what is that a symptomology? Is that a symptom of psychosis, to be disassociated and not in touch with reality?
It certainly can be. Dissociation can mean that people feel like things around them are not real.
Right, and that's a pretty serious feeling to have, right?
It is.
And that's pretty common, unfortunately, with women that have postpartum psychosis, right?
It certainly can be, yes.
And what are the other symptomologies of postpartum psychosis, sir?
Well, psychosis in general just means a lack of understanding of what's real as opposed to what is not. So a person with psychosis can have delusions, which are fixed false beliefs. They could believe that, for example, they have been told by God to do something. They can also have hallucinations at times.
What kind of hallucinations?
Most people have auditory hallucinations, not visual hallucinations.
Hearing. Is that correct? Auditory is hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, as opposed to what?
As opposed to visual hallucinations.
Visual. And in the course of reviewing the medical records, did you see that, in fact, that Lindsay had auditory, no visual hallucinations, but auditory voices?
At times, she reported that she had heard a voice, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that as the time went by that in December, do you remember seeing in the medical records that she was relating that she was heavy, that she couldn't get out of bed, that she couldn't bathe, that she couldn't react, she couldn't love, she couldn't feel? Do you remember any of that from looking at the medical records?
Yes, those are all phrases that I recall from the medical records.
They were all coming from her, right?
Yes.
To the doctors.
Yes.
That would be Dr. Tufts and then Dr. Gelada. Is that right?
Nurse Gelada.
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada. You recall, sir, that nurse practitioner Gelada prescribed additional medications to Lindsay during that period of time from November through December?
Yes.
Can you tell us what they were?
I'd have to look to be sure, but I believe she continued the Benadryl at times. And there was some talk about the use of Buspar, but I believe that was Dr. Tufts.
About the what? I'm sorry?
I said it. I'm sorry?
What was the word you just used?
Sorry. Buspar, which is the brand name for Buspirone, which is an anti-anxiety medication.
Right. How about Remeron? Was there ever a prescription for Remeron?
Remeron is a different kind of antidepressant, which helps people sleep a little bit and also sometimes helps their appetite. Yes, that was another.
The answer is yes, she was prescribed Remeron?
Yes, she was.
And that's an antidepressant?
It is.
Is that mocking or similar to, but not exactly the same as the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, Zoloft, Prozac, things of that nature, right?
It's similar in the sense that it has an antidepressant effect. It has some effect on serotonin. It has some effect on the adrenal, adrenergic system as well.
What?
The adrenergic system. Adrenaline is a neurotransmitter. It's also a hormone that circulates if you are suddenly scared or something like that. You get a surge of adrenaline. So if you were in a near-miss car accident, you might find yourself shaking because adrenaline will flood into your system from the adrenal glands. But it's also a neurotransmitter, and mirtazapine has some effect on that.
You said mirtazapine. Is that the same as Remeron?
Yes, okay. Sorry.
So it's two different names, generic and not generic.
Mirtazapine is the generic name, and I was taught to use generic names, but okay. Yes, Remeron is.
Around this time, Lindsay has been prescribed the Prozac, she had been prescribed the Remeron, she had been prescribed the Benadryl, she had been prescribed other medications very similar to the SSRIs. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and does the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor, that's fancy word, what does it mean? Isn't that serotonin in your brain? Doesn't it block or in some fashion affect your brain?
It's a little complicated to explain, but
Let's
serotonin.
Explain it. Tell the jury what serotonin means and what happens when you take an SSRI, please.
Okay, serotonin in this sense is a neurotransmitter. The brain is a relatively complicated place. It has about 86 billion nerve cells. They've got thousands of connections to each other, but they're not like the wires in your house where you put two pieces of wire together, twist the copper, and then put a nut on that. Nerves don't touch. They go close to each other, but there's a space between them, and that's called the synaptic cleft. One nerve secretes a neurotransmitter into the synaptic cleft, and it moves over to the next nerve in line where there's a receptor. Serotonin does that in the synaptic cleft, but it's also taken back up by the nerve that secreted it so it's reuptaked. So a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor slows down the reuptake of serotonin, prolonging its activity in the synaptic cleft, which causes the next nerve in line to be activated. I'm sorry that it's so complicated. So that's what serotonin is doing, and that's what a reuptake inhibitor does.
When a woman is pregnant or has just had a baby, can you tell me what effect, for example, hormones have when a person has a baby? I know we're two guys, but I mean, do you know what happens when a woman has a baby?
I've been at quite a few deliveries, yes.
Okay.
The fact is that many hormones increase. So progesterone is a hormone that many people have heard of. It's a component of birth control pills because it promotes gestation. So progesterone in a birth control pill fools the body into thinking it's pregnant, which means it doesn't, the woman doesn't produce eggs that could be fertilized. And that's the way the birth control pill works, or some of them do. Progesterone goes down very quickly after birth, as do many other hormones that are going up and then down after birth.
So if the hormones go up, and if there's an overload, if you will, might be the wrong word, of hormones, what effect does that have on the human body? What effect does that have on a woman who's just had a baby?
Well, it's quite complicated.
Just tell us basically what your feeling is. That they want to get into it, they can ask. But what effect does it have on a woman that has a baby?
Well, one of the other hormones that goes up is prolactin. So after the woman gives birth, prolactin promotes lactation, and it's a hormone that increases so that the mother can then breastfeed. These hormones are also seen in all mammals that feed their young through producing milk. So it's a very common mammalian thing to do. But other kinds of things can happen to...
Did you say males or mammals?
Mammals.
Okay, because mammals don't breastfeed, right?
I'm sure they don't, yes.
Okay, so as far as the hormone, again, I would ask, when a woman has a baby, and the placenta, I think I pronounced that right, is through the birth. All of a sudden, what happens? It stops that massive influx of hormones, or it increases that influx of hormones?
Well, some hormones go up, like prolactin, and some hormones go down very quickly.
What effect does that have, in your experience, and your education and your research on women that have a baby? What effect does that have on them?
Well, many women experience postpartum blues.
What is postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of...
Thing.
I'm sorry?
Sounds like a 50s thing. What's postpartum blues?
It's a feeling of low energy and being sad, not as serious or usually as long as postpartum depression.
What is postpartum depression? Is that the next level?
It's a more serious condition where the woman may feel that she can't connect to the baby, that she feels isolated, she has no energy, she may also have insomnia.
So, for example, if a woman is unable to sleep, feels as though she's losing a contact or connection with her infant, is stressing about not having that contact with her infant, feels that she's unable to emote or feel love or any emotions and can't relate to people, and also is out of reality, are those, or disassociative state, are those, in your opinion, symptoms of postpartum depression and or leading to postpartum psychosis?
Yes, they are.
And Lindsay had those symptoms, didn't she?
She reported all those symptoms, yes.
Doctor, when a doctor like Tufts is meeting with a person and checking the boxes, can that doctor give a blood test to the patient?
Certainly.
Is that important, in your opinion, that a doctor give a patient, especially a woman who's coming to them for help with these symptoms, give them a blood test?
Yes.
And again, we all know what blood tests are, but just tell me, I mean, is that a simple test? Is it a complicated test?
It's fairly simple to have blood drawn, and there are many tests that are relevant, particularly after a woman has given birth.
Why?
Well, some women become anemic. Depends on how much blood loss might have occurred during birth, but there's usually some blood loss. So checking hemoglobin levels is important. The thyroid can be affected by delivery of the baby, And some women in the postpartum period develop inflammation of the thyroid. The thyroid is a very important gland that regulates many parts of the body.
Is that why many times when a competent psychiatrist is treating a patient that is postpartum after having a baby, that they might run, and I may be wrong saying it, but a thyroid test?
They would do most commonly two different kinds of thyroid tests. They would test for thyroid stimulating hormone, which goes up when the thyroid hormones that also can be tested for actually go down. So thyroid stimulating hormone is telling the body, make more thyroid hormone because it's not enough in the circulation.
Did Tufts ever use a blood test at all in her treatment?
No, she did not.
Did Tufts ever check the thyroid levels of Lindsay Clancy at all during her treatment?
No, she did not.
How about gelata? Did they test any of those things?
No, Nurse Gelata did not do blood testing either.
Now, you've made reference, sir, to postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis. You're familiar with the DSM, or what is referred to as DSM?
5TR.
Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. 5, you said TR, that would be right there, meaning text revision?
Correct.
All right. And I'm approaching you with this and asking, you see that section there?
Yes.
And what is that section?
The bipolar and related disorder section.
What is bipolar disorder? What does that mean?
Bipolar is the newer name for what used to be called manic depressive illness. It describes an illness where people's moods go up, which is the manic phase, and then go down, which is the depressed phase. There are different categories of bipolar disorder. Bipolar 1 is the most serious. Bipolar 2 disorder also has similar fluctuations of mood, but in both cases of bipolar disorder, most people spend more time being depressed than they do being manic.
Now, just tell me, what does manic mean? What does that actually mean?
They feel usually euphoric, that they don't have...
They're up?
You're really up.
Okay.
You're extremely optimistic. You might spend a lot of money foolishly, but you wouldn't worry about that because certainly you're going to win the lottery. You can just feel it. So there can be psychotic thoughts along with bipolar mania, unreasonable expectations. Like I said, that you're destined to win the lottery, or in serious cases, you can believe that God is speaking to you and has appointed you to do some special thing in life.
How about excessive cleaning and, let's say, divesting oneself of personal property, cleaning garages, things of that nature?
There was talk in the records of an episode where Miss Clancy and her husband cleaned out the garage, but it was difficult to tell from the records whether or not that represented what we would call a hypomanic episode.
Exercise. Was there a lot of references to exercise?
There were a lot of references to exercise, and exercise can be a very useful thing.
Sure, that's one of the things that a woman postpartum may very well be prescribed to do by a doctor or a nurse practitioner like Gelata, right?
I believe that nurse practitioner Julie Paul recommended a long run at one point.
So there's nothing wrong with a woman going to, let's say, Kingsbury or whatever it is, or taking her kids to the local gym with a swimming pool and trying to get some exercise in the postpartum stage. That's something you wouldn't hold against her, right?
No.
Okay. Now, how about, are you aware that within a very short period of time after she had baby Callen, that she actually ran a road race?
Yes.
Is that indicative of a person that's kind of ramped up and doing these things you're talking about?
It's unusual to decide to run so soon after delivering a baby. I believe that she ran on the day that she might have delivered her last child, Callen.
That's correct. So during the month of December, in your review of the records, would you agree that her symptoms that she has related to the doctors that were there to help her, they basically increased, did they not?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
They
quite hear.
increased.
Yes.
And are you aware that then she went somewhere voluntarily in December?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the Mass General Emergency Room on, I believe that was in December. She had gone to the South Shore Emergency Room previously.
And did you, in the records, see that, in fact, she had gone to Women and Infants program in Rhode Island for a day?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that particular establishment? Is that supposedly helps pregnant women?
Yes, I reviewed those records as well.
And do you know why she was discharged after a day?
The records stated that they thought that she was having complications from medications more than she was suffering from postpartum issues, and therefore was not a good candidate for their program.
And this was after getting there at 8 in the morning and leaving there around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And the records indicate, if you read them, that during that period of time, there were little group discussions and coloring sessions and things like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
You know that there are suicide hotlines that people are told to call, right?
Yes.
Especially if a woman is in postpartum and is experiencing these difficulties and is describing the symptomology and on all these medications, that if you feel like you're going to kill yourself, you're supposed to call a telephone number, right?
Well, it wouldn't be the advice I would give, but that was some advice that was given, yes.
And did she call, to your knowledge, from reviewing the records, the telephone?
She called the Aspire hotline, I believe, on 2 occasions.
And was she given any help by the Aspire hotline?
I believe the records say that she was told by Aspire that since she did not have a suicide plan, she did not require what's called a higher level of care, meaning an inpatient admission.
So she basically had been to Nurse Gelada. She had contacted Aspire on 2 occasions. She went to Rhode Island Hospital on a recommendation the day after she was recommended to go there, and left after not being accepted. After calling the suicide hotlines, things got to the point where she and her husband went to an emergency room. Is that right?
Yes.
And did she get treatment at the emergency room?
I believe the first time that she went to the Mass General Emergency Room, they recommended that she consider an admission at McLean, but she and her husband decided that they did not want her to go inpatient at that time.
How about the next time she went to the emergency room?
The next time she went to the emergency room, which was not very long after, she was admitted to McLean.
McLean Hospital, and that would be that would be the locked wards for a period of about 4 days, correct?
Yes.
In reference to the bipolar disorder that we touched upon, sir, is that something that's a consideration when you're treating, as a psychiatrist, a woman who's coming to you for help and expressing concerns about the symptoms that we've talked about?
Yes.
Why?
Well, some people with bipolar disorder, especially given the fact that depression is a prominent symptom in bipolar disorder, become suicidal and can even commit suicide. So that's a very serious possibility that has to be considered.
Did any of the nurse practitioners consider that as a possible diagnosis?
The records indicate that Ms. Clancy was frequently asked if she had a plan to kill herself, even after she reported having what was called passive suicidal ideation. But it was reported very, very frequently in the records.
And in reference to her treatment with nurse practitioner Gelada, did, to your knowledge, nurse practitioner Gelada consider as a secondary diagnosis or a working diagnosis the possibility of bipolar disorder?
Yes.
Was anything followed through on that?
I believe she discussed the possibility of a mood stabilizer, but I believe that she then ended up using Seroquel or quetiapine, which is...
That's Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q, right?
I'm sorry?
Seroquel and quetiapine with a Q.
Quetiapine with a Q, yes.
Using the two words again. I just want to make sure it's clear.
Seroquel is the brand name. Quetiapine is the generic name.
All right. And did she, meaning Lindsay, to your knowledge in the medical records dealing with these providers, complain about the effect that Seroquel had on her?
Yes.
And what did she say? What were the symptoms, or what did she feel?
Well, she often felt spacey, as if she was not her normal self. She felt, it's fairly commonly reported that she felt hungover in the morning because these medicines, that particular medicine does make people somewhat sleepy. I believe the beginning doses were described as a sleeping dose, which is a very low dose of the medication that does, in fact, help sleep to some extent.
Was the Seroquel ultimately increased to 400 milligrams a day, 200 milligrams a day? Recall that?
Yes, it started at 25 and...
It was bumped up pretty significantly, wasn't it?
Yes, 400 is a lot more than 25.
And she was complaining about the effect of the Seroquel, is that correct?
She was.
And she was complaining about the fact that she couldn't sleep. All those symptoms that we went through continued on through the month of December. After McLean, she went there for the New Year's period. I know, I'm almost there. She went to the McLean for treatment and still complained of these symptoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did the symptoms ever resolve themselves for Lindsay in January, if you know?
There were times when she appeared to be a little less distressed, but the symptoms were never completely resolved, no.
And did you know that she went to see Dr. Jennifer Tufts on January 9th and that she was prescribed diazepam?
Yes.
And then on the 12th, she was prescribed trazodone, 150 milligrams by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
January 16th, 2 milligrams of diazepam by Dr. Tufts. January 16th, the same day, 10 milligrams of amitriptyline by Dr. Tufts.
Yes.
What is amitriptyline?
Amitriptyline is one of the older types of antidepressants. It's what's called a tricyclic antidepressant. It has more side effects, but one of the useful side effects in some cases is that it makes people sleepy.
Did it help her sleep?
Not really.
Now, in reference to the DSM, out of that revision, you agree with me that they have DSM-1, DSM-2, revised, rebooted, reconsidered, DSM-3, all the way up to DSM-5, text revision, right?
Correct.
And consisting of over 1,000 pages, right?
Yes.
Is this like considered, some people say, the Bible of psychiatry, or is it like a cookbook?
I would call it a dictionary. It's a list of definitions.
If I looked under P in this dictionary, would it contain anything about postpartum psychosis for a woman?
There is one mention on page 148.
That's it?
That's it.
The rest of the world, they don't care about the DSM. They have some other information, right? What is that called?
The World Health Organization publishes something called the International Classification of Disease, which is now in its 11th edition. It lists postpartum psychosis as a separate entity. And that's the one that insurance companies use for billing purposes.
Right, not this.
Correct.
Are you familiar, sir, with the way other countries treat pregnant women in postpartum condition when they see, let me finish, when they see a doctor for medical treatment? Yes or no?
Objection.
All right, just allow that question, then we'll.
Yes.
And how does that differ from the United States of America?
Objection.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
Commonwealth?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You spent some time when you first got to the stand going over your qualifications, and I think counsel now has admitted your curriculum vitae into evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
Your curriculum vitae.
Yes.
Is you went through that with counsel. You recall that?
Yes.
And fair to say, the majority of the entries and your experience and your presentations and your teaching and fellowships, most of which revolve around child and adolescent psychiatry, correct?
I wouldn't say the majority.
Well, where in your CV does it say that you worked with postpartum women?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so your testimony is that back in 1983 when you were at the Massachusetts, mental health center, you worked with the postpartum women, is that correct?
There were patients who either were pregnant while they were there or delivered and were hospitalized after that, yes.
Okay. And your involvement in this case with defense counsel, wasn't directly that he reached out to you, was it? It was that you had provided some information as it pertains to a civil lawsuit that's pending.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this affidavit that counsel's been referring to that you drafted, you've revised it for these proceedings, but fair to say you went through a series of records that didn't include anything related to this criminal case, meaning no police reports, interviews, photos from the scene. Is that fair to say?
No police reports, no photos from the scene.
So the majority of what you reviewed pertained to medical records, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you cite in your affidavit a New Yorker article for facts.
Yes.
That's where you got most of your facts, is from a New Yorker article.
No, I also spoke to Mr. Clancy.
You spoke to Mr. Clancy?
Yes.
Is that in your affidavit? Well, you have it before you. Can you point to a paragraph where you indicate that you got a report directly from Mr. Clancy?
I don't know if it's in the affidavit.
Okay.
But I did interview Mr. Clancy for 90 to 100 minutes.
Now, in relation to kind of going through the medical treatment, you indicate that the defendant reported that she was hesitant about taking medications. Do you recall that in paragraph 11?
Yes.
But you're aware that she sought out a psychiatrist, not a therapist, not a psychotherapist or a psychologist. She sought out a psychiatrist as her first contact in the postpartum period, correct?
Correct.
And psychiatrists presumably prescribe medications and don't necessarily offer psychotherapy, do they?
Well, all psychiatrists are trained to do psychotherapy to some extent at least. But yes, they can also prescribe medication.
And through the records, you learned that the defendant did have reactions to low dose of Zoloft. And your testimony is that a blood test would have helped. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
So a blood test that's about 4 or 5 months postpartum, how is that going to help prescribers?
Well, the blood test I was thinking of was you could do a level of the antidepressant in her blood, and that would tell you whether it was average, expected given the dose, or too high or too low.
And that would yield results if a person's only been taking medication for less than a week?
Yes.
But you indicate that over a period of 4 to 6 weeks is when you would expect to see a medication start to take effect, correct?
It sometimes takes that long, yes.
Now, you also spoke a little bit about Zulresso. You're aware from reviewing the records of Jennifer Tufts that she researched Zulresso and spoke about Zulresso, but never made a recommendation to the defendant that she do that injection.
Yes.
You also describe that by November 21st, that the defendant was experiencing suggesting symptoms of mania, like racing thoughts. But in fact, the criteria is not just racing thoughts, it's racing thoughts, pressured speech, correct?
There are a number of criteria that are listed, but racing thoughts is one of them, yes.
Okay.
And
you also list, or you identify in your affidavit, extreme insomnia, but for mania, it's not just insomnia, it's that there's insomnia with a decreased need for sleep, correct?
It can be decreased feeling that you need to sleep even if you didn't sleep for several days, but it's also true that some people feel very tired. It's not just one or the other. You're aware that the defendant denied a decreased need for sleep around that time period in November from the records, aren't you? In that period, yes. You also indicated that in reviewing records pertaining to, I think you noted Jennifer Tufts, that her notes were a series of the record was a series of check boxes, right? That was your testimony? There are a few sentences, but there are mostly check boxes, yes. And fair to say, the way in which those notes are created, there are several areas in which notes are placed at different points in those records. There are notes at certain places, yes. And those notes are reflective of statements that the defendant was making about her mood and how she was feeling and symptoms, correct? Yes. Those are all important things for a treating psychiatrist to consider when they're considering a patient's overall presentation. Is that fair to say? Yes, fair to say. Now, you also reference in your affidavit that the defendant had reported that she had these increased symptoms with Zoloft and didn't sleep for 48 hours after increasing the dose. Remember that in the record? Yes, from 25 to 50. And you didn't review any police reports to identify that there were only 7 pills missing from that bottle of sertraline, did you? I did not review a police report, no. So if a person takes 7 pills over 1 week period at 25 milligrams, how do they increase the dose without more pills missing from the bottle? Well, I believe if you took 3 or 4 pills for a few days of 25, then you still would have enough pills to take 2 25s and increase the dose to 50. Right, but if a prescription reads that if 30 are filled and only 7 are missing from the pill bottle when it's located months later, then if you've taken 7 pills, you've taken 1 pill each day, correct? Not necessarily. I believe that she stopped taking the medication rather quickly. And I'm not sure which pill bottle you're discussing because, as you said, I didn't review a police report. Okay. Now, you're aware that on December 15th, that the defendant and her husband reported that she was having persistent intrusive thoughts that day, correct? Yes. And that's the day she first presented to Mass General Hospital. Yes. And you're aware that Mass General Hospital is directly affiliated with McLean Hospital, right? They are affiliated, yes. And that
she was advised to go to the inpatient program, and she chose not to go.
Yes.
From reviewing the records, did you see how Letitia Dukes, a social worker, or a mental health worker, excuse me, from the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health Clinic, had previously had discussions with the defendant about going to women and infants before her presentation to the Mass General ER on December 15th?
Yes.
And she didn't, in fact, go to that program until December 20th. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you also mentioned in your review of the medications, lamotrigine. You recall that?
Yes.
And that was a medication that was prescribed to the defendant in December of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that she never took lamotrigine?
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Now, you also were asked, or you spoke about Seroquel. So you're familiar with the prescription or what was prescribed of the Seroquel over the period of time from November 30th through early December, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed that. And so I think you testified on direct examination that the initial dose was a low dose, 25 milligrams.
Correct.
And you're familiar, that is a fairly common dosage, a low dose to prescribe to address some sleep issues.
It is, yes.
And you're aware that for people who are suspected or have bipolar disorder, that the levels of prescribed are generally much higher than 25 milligrams, right?
Yes, they would be.
They could range anywhere from 100 milligrams to up to, what is the range, if you know?
It would go up to 800 milligrams.
And so in this circumstance, you're aware that Rebecca Gelada had suspicions about bipolar disorder, right?
She mentions it as a distinct possibility, yes.
And without relief, she recommends titrating or going up on the Seroquel over a period of time, right?
Yes.
And you settled on a number of 400, but you know from the records that that was the goal, to titrate up to 400 milligrams. Do you know if the defendant ever took 400 milligrams?
I do not.
And you're also aware that once the defendant started reporting having symptoms and concerns about the Seroquel, that she had requested to taper off the Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that prior to her presentation at McLean Hospital, that Rebecca Gelada actually did send in a prescription that would allow for her to taper down.
Yes.
And when the defendant was admitted to McLean Hospital on January 1st, she was already on a taper plan, meaning she had gone back down to approximately 100 milligrams per night.
I believe she was, yes.
And that at McLean, they further immediately started to reduce the dosage with each night.
I believe that was the plan at McLean, yes.
So the first night she was there, she went down to 75 milligrams, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then by the time she was discharged, she was at 0.
Yes, and they were talking about the amitriptyline.
Well, did she leave McLean Hospital with a prescription for amitriptyline?
I don't know if she left with a prescription, but it was discussed in the records that they recommended that.
And as of January 12th of 2023, you're aware that the only active prescriptions for the defendant were for amitriptyline, right?
Yes.
And Valium as needed and Trazodone.
That sounds correct, yes.
So throughout the course of your review of the records and all of the different medications that she was on from October through January, she wasn't on all the medications at the same time, correct?
No, not at the same time.
And it's fair to say she was only on maybe 3 medications at one time.
3, there might have been 4 at one point, but yes.
And she had expressed particular medications that she wished to return to, like Ativan at some point, correct?
She was quite ambivalent about Ativan and talked a great deal in the records about being worried that she was addicted to it.
But Ativan tended to work for her, correct?
It made her feel less anxious. Yes.
And she actually described that at certain points to the providers that when she felt intrusive thoughts or she had a bad experience, that she took the Ativan and the thoughts were gone. Didn't she not?
I'm not sure that she said the intrusive thoughts were gone, but she would feel less anxious when she took it.
And as far as your conversations about hallucinations and auditory hallucinations, you indicated that at some point, or at points, I think was your testimony, that the defendant did hear a voice. But you're aware that she never reported to Jennifer Tufts that she heard a voice.
She did not.
She never reported to Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, did she?
She did not.
She never reported to Letitia Dukes that she heard a voice.
She did not.
And the only time she's ever said that she heard this voice was on January 24th of 2023. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So when the district attorney asks you whether or not Lindsay, after all the symptoms that we've already gone through, told Rebecca Gelada that she heard a voice, told Dr. Tufts that she heard a voice, and denied that she heard a voice, do you agree that there are reasons that a woman would not tell the doctor or minimize their symptoms out of fear?
Yes.
What kind of fear? Fear of what?
Well, in the records, it's stated that Ms. Clancy reported she was worried that her children would be taken away from her, perhaps by the Department of Children and Families, if she reported very severe symptoms. The other thing is, as a health care professional, boards of registration sometimes take a dim view of people who have been in treatment for certain psychiatric illnesses. And so she might have been concerned about her nursing license, but that's speculation.
So there are other reasons why a person may be concerned about telling healthcare providers, mandated reporters, that they're hearing voices, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that you don't have to see the proverbial unicorn in the corner to your health provider to be suffering from psychosis?
Yes, that's true.
And can you tell us, counsel was asking about the symptomology, psychosis, is that something that just grinds on for day after week after month, or is that something that comes on out of nowhere very quickly?
No, overall.
It can be quite episodic.
What does that mean?
It means that an episode can start and stop, and then an interval of time goes by. It could be days, weeks, or months, and then another episode occurs.
Counsel asked you about bipolar disorder, the suspicions of bipolar disorder from Dr. Gelada, and then talked about the prescriptions that were prescribed. Is it, in your opinion, appropriate to prescribe a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor to a person that is bipolar?
No, overall.
It would be considered something to be done cautiously and usually with a mood stabilizer begun at the same time to prevent the possibility of making manic symptoms worse.
Thank you, sir.
Buckingham.
So just briefly, you didn't interview the defendant, did you?
I did not.
So you don't know what she was concerned about. You're speculating.
Yes.
And for a person who's begging for help, wouldn't it be important to be honest with the providers about what you're feeling, seeing, and hearing?
It should be, but that's not always what doctors find.
Nothing further.
All right, anything further? Okay, good. All right, thank you, doctor. Let me sit down. Thank you. Could I see a sidebar again, scheduling?
Okay, I thought that cross-examination was much better than that earlier cross-examination we saw. I thought the defense attorney, who was it, Buckingham, that she stressed, well, that Lindsay didn't take all those medications at once, that she suggested she didn't stay on the medications. She stressed that she never reported to her providers that she heard voices, and she went through each provider. And that was an excellent bit of cross-examination. Either she broke it up into each provider. Did Dr. Tuff say she heard voices? No. So that was really good. She also mentioned that you didn't interview the defendant. And she stressed that Lindsay Clancy wasn't honest with her providers. It doesn't sound like she was. So I thought that was really effective. Now, on redirect, Kevin Reddington said, well, there's many reasons why somebody wouldn't tell their providers that you're hearing voices.
Break at this point till 2 o'clock, all right? And much of the next longer break will be trying to resolve the technology issue that we had. And so if it's resolved, we may call one witness. If it's not, we'll call another witness. So we're going to try and get that all done during the break. So with my skills and technology, that's why we probably need a little bit longer than just the hour. So we'll in recess till 2 o'clock. We'll come back in for the next witness. Okay, thank you.
All rise, please, Jurors Excellency.
All right. Lunch break. Jurors are leaving. Let's see if the judge says anything else outside the presence of the jury before I start talking.
All right, so counsel, anything we need to discuss before the break? All right, so we'll come back at 2. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock, and we have one of 2 different witnesses depending on how things work out over the break.
Yep, we can
okay.
go all day. No problem.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that was an interesting period of testimony. So the defense called an expert witness, Dr. Condi, who testified regarding the standard of medical care or the lack thereof, that Lindsay Clancy received. The primary goal there was to present, for the defense, was to present this testimony to show that Lindsay was possibly over-medicated with an aggressive combination of psychiatric prescription drugs. So they went through all of that, testimony of the different healthcare providers that Lindsay saw. We heard a lot of that from the healthcare providers themselves. I thought it was, again, the defense is trying to paint a picture that here was a woman desperately seeking help. She went to different providers and they talked. I thought it was interesting to learn more about, they educated us on, or Dr. Condi educated us on what bipolar disorder means, and what there's bipolar 1 and bipolar 2, and how if you have a bipolar diagnosis, you shouldn't be taking certain medications because it can cause you to go into mania. I thought that was very interesting. So I also thought Reddington did a nice job on direct explaining what some of these medications are used for, what their generic name is, and what their the official name is. So I thought it was a good witness for the defense. I did the part, though, I thought the cross-examination was excellent. I thought that I would give her, what should we give her? What do you guys think we should give her for a grade? You guys are going to think I grade high. I don't know. I'd say a good B+. What do you guys think? I thought she brought out some important points that as I mentioned, right before the break, that demonstrating that, well, first of all, I think going back for a second to Dr. Condi, right? One thing I want to make a point of is I think he's trying to testify that this cocktail of up to 13 different drugs, it was improper. So the medical providers improperly managed the drugs. One thing I want to point out, I think he raised a really good issue about the blood test, because my close family friend who has had to be on some of these very medications, they always drew her blood. So I think that's really interesting. And I'd love to ask some of you guys in the chat, why wasn't blood drawn here? I think, and I know that some of the like antidepressants, like they don't fully get into your system for up to, what did he say, 3 to 4 weeks after, but still you can monitor the levels at some point. And I think that would have been very helpful. So I thought that point was excellent. And I think the overall theory that the defense is trying to get at is this mismanaged prescription drugs exacerbated Lindsay's severe postpartum depression and psychosis, and she ultimately went into a psychotic break. And the argument would be that her medical treatment altered her state of mind to the point where she lacked criminal responsibility at the time of the tragedies. So I thought it was a good witness to expert witnesses are good when they can educate the jury. And I also think that Reddington is good at bringing out, if sometimes Reddington sounds like he doesn't understand. I bet he really does, but I think he's saying that to the jury, like, well, explain that better. What do you mean by that? I thought it was pretty good. And again, I really thought the Commonwealth did a decent job on cross-examination. Again, blaming Lindsay Clancy. She didn't necessarily follow the advice of the physicians. She mentioned Ativan and said, well, Ativan worked, but why didn't she stay on it? She stressed that she never reported to her providers that she heard the voices. That was the biggest thing for me. I just mentioned it. And then, I thought the redirect wasn't great on Reddington's behalf when he got up there and said, well, there's many reasons why she didn't tell her providers. She's worried that her children might be taken away. So a jury, in my opinion, is going to blame Lindsay Clancy for that, because really we should be, if we're hearing voices and we're hearing intrusive thoughts about possibly harming our children, we should remove ourselves from the children and get help. So I think they may take it against Lindsay Clancy. What do you guys think about that? So Commonwealth, so this is from Smiley in New England. Commonwealth did good at cross of this witness, breaking down and adding context to defense statements about care and meds. She chose not to seek additional help, not fully report, and she wasn't on all at the same time. Yes, I agree with you 100%. Thanks for that comment. That was very thoughtful, I thought. Amen, Margaret. Yeah, making it through today. It's been a long day with the starts and the stops. Lori, no one testified that she lied by omission in fear. Well, you're 100% right. Nobody did testify as to that, and that would be purely speculation. When Reddington asked the questions, he's suggesting that that might be a possibility why she didn't say that she heard voices or didn't express intrusive thoughts about harming her children to the care providers. So, right, nobody testified to that. So then it's up to the jury to decide whether Lindsay Clancy was credible. So at some point, I'm wondering, after the fact, if there's going to be an expert, I don't know, who will testify that Lindsay claimed she was hearing voices all along, but was afraid to express it. I don't know. We may hear that. We may not. But you're right. It's not in the records so far. So that calls for speculation. Can it be an inference? I think it's still a stretch. So that's a really good point, Lori. I like that point. And exactly, and yep, instead she unalived them. Yep. Why I am having a hard time reading today. Seeing the oh, I know why. I'm going to make this bigger. There we go. Untwisted Pretzel. I love the names you guys come up with for your handles. That's really cool. She went inpatient, then asked for early release, and they said okay because she voluntarily admitted herself. Yep. And she never went back in. So do we blame Lindsay Clancy for that? She wanted to be at her child's birthday party. And then another thing Dr. Conde did bring up, I thought, somewhere in the record, Lindsay was worried she didn't sleep well because I think one of the kids had a cough. So Reddington brought that out, showing that was worried about her kids. She was always worried about the health of her kids. And that goes to the concept or the theory that she's so worried about her kids and she was a loving mother, basically a good mother. It sounds like it. She takes them to the doctors and was worried about their health. Then how could she unalive them? Yeah. So that's the theory there. So Julie, as a mom, I can see she tried really hard to be normal and thinks she can be stronger than the demons. She wanted to be a good mother so hard, so many factors to consider. Yes, I agree. There are so many factors in this case, and that's why we're thinking about it, right? There's so many different ways to think about it. If she was hearing voices, will we hear that she was hearing voices all along, but she was afraid to say anything? I don't know. But yeah, there is certainly evidence that she tried really hard to be a good mother. There's absolutely evidence. And then she thought she could be stronger. She thought there's no way I would harm my children. So you wonder what was really going on in the mind of Lindsay Clancy. Actually, that's what this case is all about. What was going on in her mind? We all want to know. And then I also thought it was really interesting to hear about how many billion of, that was interesting about the brain. Now I forget the statistic, but billions of nerves that are not connected in the brain, or nerve cells. Oh, I forget now, but I think the human brain itself is just, there's so much we don't know about it, and it's so complex. My question from the mother's testimony is why, this is from Shanan, if Lindsay said to both her mother and Patrick she had thoughts of hurting the children, that she was left alone with them, especially after being depressed. I hear you 100%. Yeah. And I'm sure Patrick and her mother and whoever heard her express those feelings must be feeling awful right now. Like, we should have done something more. We should have had her committed. You're 100% right. And I'm sure jurors are thinking along those lines, because we certainly are. Hindsight is 2020. Maybe they really deep down didn't believe that Lindsay, who loved her children so much, by all accounts, could do something like this. It just seems beyond the realm of reality. But I think that's a really good point. Why didn't they get her help? They wish they did. I'm sure they think about that every day. Why did we wish, why didn't we do something? Why didn't we do something? I can't imagine the little girl. Oh, her mom took her to the doctor and then the same day did what she did. I was thinking about that too. Cora. So there's a mom worried about her health, trying to take care of her. It sounds to me like she had some sort of constipation issues. I don't know. But yeah, the very same day. That goes to the defense theory that what mother could do this, right? What mother in her right mind could do this? That's the defense. I'm so torn with this case. Meds. Yep. Could be the meds. That's what the defense wants you to believe. Stephanie, I shouldn't say never. I'm sure it can, but almost never. I hear you. Let's see. Pam, if the patient is deteriorating, they should, if it is a menopausal or postpartum patient, I'm assuming you should try to find help. I think that's what you're getting at. Here's an interesting thing. If it's not protocol, it's not malpractice. Well, of course, there's the wrongful death lawsuit that's filed against these medical providers. I wonder what the jury will do with that. I think that's going to settle. I don't think that will ever reach a trial. If her case is, then she didn't get the correct treatment and she didn't give her doctors all the information, then she has no case. So again, that's an interesting way to look at it. And I'm sure that's what the Commonwealth wanted to bring out in that cross-examination. And they did effectively bring that out in the cross-examination. A little bit of blame on Lindsay's a nurse. She's a labor and delivery nurse. She should know that she's got to share feelings with her providers. I mean, you had the rest of the family there. Patrick, you had grandparents on both sides that would have stepped in to help raise the kids while she was off getting the treatment she needed. It's very hard to take children away from a mother, especially a mother who is suffering from legitimately postpartum mental health issues. As long as the mother goes and really goes inpatient and gets the help she needs, I don't think they were going to take the kids away. Maybe the argument is they should have. I don't know. But I don't think the state of Massachusetts would have in this case. Okay, Pam. Oops. Gosh, I'm missing these. We're talking about blood work. Oh, the blood work. Pam, yes. Thank you. Sometimes I miss it in the chat. It goes so fast. So Pam, do you think they should have taken more blood work here, as Reddington suggested they should have with this last witness? I just know that with my family friend who has the bipolar 1, they're taking her blood. Well, at least when she's on the different medications, they take her blood all the time because people had to drive her. I was one of the drivers, actually. So Pam says not sharing all of the information could also be a symptom of her illness. It is definitely a symptom of a fracture in our trust of the medical system and society. That's an interesting point. That's a really interesting point. And Julie says, and remember, she was breastfeeding and the baby would not take a bottle. Yeah, she had a lot of things going on at the time. She had 3 young children. She's trying to breastfeed, or she's trying to switch to bottles. She's anxious about going back to work. So I think it's all adding up, and then trying all the different medications, some medications which were probably still in her system. But I don't think she was honest with her providers. Will that make a difference? That's my question. Oh, here's another at Margaret McLean show. Absolutely. Oh, good. So this was the answer to my question. Absolutely. I asked the question about the blood work. Should they have taken Lindsay's blood when she's given these medications? Absolutely, especially once she entered the program that looked more closely at her postpartum depression. Yeah. I mean, giving someone a blood test isn't that difficult either. I'm surprised. So that certainly, I imagine, will come up in the civil action, at least in depositions. I think they'll settle, like I said. The doctor on the stand implied they did. I thought the doctor on the stand was making a point that they didn't take the blood and they should have. But you might be right. Maybe I heard that wrong. As a nurse, she would know and understand the importance of disclosing important facts. I agree. Hearing voices is a very, very important fact. I agree. And for the most part, right, your medical records are confidential. So you'd think she would have been able to tell her, not now, of course, But you'd think she would have been able to tell her therapist how she felt, hearing voices, at least hearing voices. I guess she might have been worried that the therapist could report her, right? They're mandatory reporters. So many questions, so many things. And then Smiley in New England, I think she always planned on taking them with her, just didn't voice it. Right. So you're saying that if she had these S ideations, which the record now has shown, even through her sister's testimony, that she had these thoughts every day, that she must have also been thinking, I can't leave them, so I've got to take them with me. That's very possible. I think you can make that inference, actually. But that doesn't excuse her criminal behavior unless she was in a state of serious psychosis. That's what the defendant has to show, the defense. Would she know the same things when she's sick as when she's healthy? I have to agree, Untwisted Pretzel, with you. Sometimes when you're sick like that and you're going through postpartum depression or symptoms like insomnia, I mean, you could be absolutely right. Maybe I have to think on that one. I still think she would, if she was able to reap, this is just my take. Remember, we're just expressing opinions, and I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not right all the time, but this would be my opinion on that. She certainly was able to express other symptoms in these visits, like the insomnia, the feeling worried, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I imagine she could have expressed the opinion or the symptom that she was hearing voices. Was she too sick to do that? My opinion says no. Yes, Untwisted Pretzel, I said it earlier too, but didn't word it as well. I didn't word it. I don't word things well at all. Sometimes, thank you, but I don't know. Sometimes when I'm chatting, my mind is spinning at the same time, and I'm thinking about all the possibilities here. Why didn't she do this? Could she have done this better? Could she have taken this medication? So my mind is also spinning on this case. It's not clear. It's very gray. That's why we're fascinated with it. We can't pull ourselves away from it. So user says, the sister seemed disingenuous. Okay. She seemed very serious. She said she knew she was having trouble and she never called her. She said they only texted. That's true. I agree with you. I'd be all over it too. And I'm sure the sister now feels a bit of guilt over that. I mean, I do feel sorry for this family. I really do. I can't imagine going through this as a family. Maybe the sister was busy with her own thing. You don't know what was going on in her life either that she had to deal with or take care of. I thought she was very stoic. Maybe she was nervous. But yeah, I agree. I would have called her as well. There's so many things that we all can say now in hindsight that should have been done better. But what a tragedy. So, one quick question. The one above, was she deluded? That would definitely change what she reported. That's true. If she was under delusions, then she might not have reported the right thing. That's true too. Didn't think of it that way. Susie says she was not Andrea Yates psychotic. Please just send her away for a very, very long time. I hear you, but if people are on your side, she must be held accountable with everything that has come out. I really don't have the sympathy for her. Okay, thank you for expressing that, Susie. A lot of people feel the same way, including my sister-in-law, who is now in Iceland and has actually been following the chat when she can, because she's very, very interested in this case. And then she's got her husband very interested, and she came on the show. But
there's some people that feel that way, and I'm sure some of the jurors feel that way as well. Where do I stand? I don't know yet. I'd have to say I'm undecided. I at first thought that, knowing what I know about mental illness, and don't forget, I also had the opportunity to interview some of the doctors, experts in the field on my show, and they talked about the waxing and waning and how somebody could go into a psychotic episode like that. So after listening to that testimony, I was thinking not guilty by reason of insanity, but now I'm wavering a little bit because you guys in the chat are also making me think about things differently as well. So I don't know. I couldn't make up my mind right now. I'd have to wait and hear all the evidence. Pearl Jam. I love that name. Don't be surprised if I name a character after you someday. It'll be a good character, I promise. Yes, imagine these awful intrusive thoughts coming to her mind. I would have I know. S ideation too. Yeah. She admits to that. Don't know how I would share it. She could say, I don't want these thoughts. I love my kids. Why is this happening to me? Yeah, I think there were better ways that she could have shared that information. And hopefully this case will raise awareness for people that if you are experiencing something that's very embarrassing or something that you're really worried, like, oh, I don't want them to take my kids away, I still think you're better off sharing that with a good therapist, psychiatrist, because you need help. You have to recognize the fact you need help. And I think that's one of the things we can take out of this case is realizing that you need help is a big step, right? Don't they teach that? And I think they teach that in AA, right? Isn't that one of the steps, I believe? Realizing that you have a problem. So, oh, well, okay, whatever. Love that handle as well. And what is that, a dinosaur, a pet dinosaur? I think hindsight is 20/20. I agree with you. If I was clear, she had heightened anxiety, already upset, she was leaving kids to go back to work, to imagine someone taking the kids could cause her to admit that. Yeah, that's what Reddington was alluding to in his redirect examination. What will jurors think about it? Will they hold it against her? Or will they say, yeah, I'm going to put myself in her shoes. What would I have done? That's probably how I would, if I were on that jury, how I would think about it. And then it's really going to come down to, did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Lindsay Clancy was sane at the time the crimes were committed? Reddington is casting doubt on her sanity. Will they be able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt? Lori says, but the nanny testified she did take the bottle, the baby, and true, and there was a photo of the baby taking the bottle. That's right. It's just another example how she obsessed about her children unnecessarily. You know, that goes to that motive that I was that remember in opening statements, I thought that the Commonwealth fell short proving that she was obsessive, compulsive, and controlling. But that's an example right there. You're right, Lori, about how she obsessed over her children. She would look to see when she did a night shift at work, she would check on them as they slept in the monitor, even though Patrick was home. And one of the babies was crying, and she called the police to the house to make sure everything was okay because Patrick didn't pick up. Is that evidence that she was over controlling and compulsive? Maybe OCD? It's possible. Wow, this is a long break again. 12:52. Are we going to, oh wait, are we breaking for lunch now? Is this the lunch break? I think it is the lunch break, isn't it? Yes.
I've got to watch my time. I have to jump. The stream will stay up. Amber's controlling the stream. I have to jump on a train at, I think, 2:40 to go back to Boston. I can't wait to go home. And then I'm going to go try to get into court tomorrow. But I will be participating in the chat. So I will try to say, still give you my legal analysis in the chat. For all of you listening, hopefully you can see the chat. But Amber will keep the stream going until the very end of the day. Thank you, Amber. But I will have to travel. I've got such a heavy suitcase. I don't know how I'm going to get it down the stairs. Let's hope I make it down the stairs. I don't have a big fall. But yeah, I'm here by myself. Got to handle it all. But I can't wait to get back home, sleep in my own bed. It's been a month that I've been in New York helping my daughter with her twins. So, Pam, I thought the judge said this was a long break to include fixing the Zoom problem. So I assume it's the lunch break too. I think it's a long break. I've just got to make sure I don't keep talking and then miss my train. I've missed trains before, especially that stinks too. Then you have to sit in the train station in New York forever, and that's a pain. But I'll just have to watch my time. Oh, it is the lunch break. So they all have to agree. Yes, that's a good point. Their verdict has to be unanimous. So they're either going to be unanimous that this is guilty. The judge may also instruct them on a lesser included. So which I think that's going to happen. So they have to all agree it's going to be first degree M, all 3 counts. They have to analyze each count separately. Or they may be instructed on a lesser included, which could possibly be second degree M, could possibly be involuntary manslaughter. And then, of course, not guilty by reason of insanity. But yes, all 12 of them would have to agree on that. If they can't agree, if you've got even one just being a holdout, then it would be a hung jury. Many people think it's going to be a hung jury here. We'll see. And I wonder what the results of the poll are. I'm going to ask Amber. Just texting her. Just texting her if she has the results of the poll. I want to see what that is. Right now, I would have to vote undecided. Well, I mean, if I was a member of the jury, if I were to vote what's going to happen ultimately, based on the chat, I would say a hung jury right now. But if Kevin Reddington can produce enough reasonable doubt as to her sanity, then it might be a not guilty by reason of insanity. I mean, we can guess all day long. It'll be interesting to see what the jurors. It'll be really interesting to interview a jury after a juror to see what they think and why they ultimately decided what they decided, and to see what pieces of evidence stood out to them, because certain pieces of evidence in testimony is standing out to us. Pam, I Miss a Lot of Trains was a song by Tom Hall, the country folk singer-songwriter. Yep. I don't want to miss today's train. Lori, people under delusions firmly believe their delusions. That's a good point. What happens if it's a hung jury? Then it would be up to the district attorney, Tim Cruz, whether to retry the case, just like we saw in the Karen Reed case. And I'm guessing
that he would likely try it again because there's enough people who actually think she's guilty. And remember, the district attorney stands for justice and they stand up for the victims. So the district attorney is representing the children, the victims of the crime. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried it again. Pam, the word delusional was not used as no, it was not used as a diagnosis for her. I didn't hear it, but there seems to have been symptoms to demonstrate it. That's true. And she would think she did the right thing. Oh, thank you, Amber. So here's the poll. Oh, that's dropped down, Amber. So the poll says 32% guilty, 48% not guilty by reason of insanity, undecided 20%. That really has changed. That's very interesting to me. I have to say I'm an undecided right now. I don't know. Thank you so much for putting that up. I appreciate. Oh, wait, thank you. I really appreciate that. I don't know why I can't see the poll. I'm obviously it's somewhere. That's really interesting. I have to say thank you. Thank you, X. I can't pronounce that. Alibaba. Thank you for putting it up. And Amber, thank you for putting the poll up as well. All right. Well, since we are into the lunch break, I think I'm going to take a bit of a break personally because I've got to make sure I have my act together and I don't miss this train. I've got to make sure I can actually lift my suitcase, physically lift my suitcase. And then, but let me take a little bit of a break. This will continue to be up. You guys continue to chat. But right now, I'm going to take a little bit of a break and make sure that I'm organized. Don't forget, I have to take all my equipment down, my lighting. I've got to pack that. I'm bringing a big suitcase of clothes, all my equipment, and God knows what else. I hope I make it home okay with all that stuff. But I do have to take a break. And you guys keep talking. I'll be back. So I will take myself out for a second.
court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, the judge of the right in the transaction matters Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we all set?
Yes.
All right, ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. They seem to have the faith in us.
All rise, please. Jurors entering.
That's right.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, I think we got everything fixed. So thanks for your patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testify either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Reddington.
Yes, thank you.
May I swear her in?
Yes.
Dr. Lapasato, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name, please.
Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work, Doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Buckingham University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field, Doctor?
Yes, in 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly, since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. Had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a city of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005, when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant, testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
I am, as it were, yes.
Right. Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way: Did you look at police?
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes.
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay. No, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes. I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory Toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. Mr. Jeffrey Drake Graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction, we put together some illustrations.
And Your Honor, we all know what it is. Could I offer this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
Just the prior questions.
Yeah, so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out those?
Sure, that'd be great.
Yeah. Into the jury, pass out copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit. It's just so you can kind of follow along with the testimony. And at the end, you can ask to pass it back for us. Mark that.
281.
Thank you.
All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy, that you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callen.
All three, okay, three of the children. One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Sprague,
were...
do you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing that that's better. Then we can go back, when we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and of course during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause? For example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising?
Yes, on Callen, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that there would appear to be, on occasion, fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise?
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and there would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, Doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not. No.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's an injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist, that's a sharp incised wound. Is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia, or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear, superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on the wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of the bedroom, her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of injury, and if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report in the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure. Yep. Start off with 4.
Okay. So
just so you know, I think that's the first page that you have. So just.
Yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yes. So what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured, and I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the scene photograph. She then hits really head first, and as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at the, so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground, and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that, and then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae. Number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head, the top of your head, in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1. The lower right-hand panel there puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she gets her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed the number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the T thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body, as documented in all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun. The temperature was in the low 30s, so she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of her injuries?
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I have, doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on, so wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body, and also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate and they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, Doug.
Attorney Sprague?
Thank you. Dr. Lapasado?
Yes.
You were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations in unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway, and a few other minor things. I was very happy to have the safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there were also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Ms. Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body, yes.
Okay, but she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right, she didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed sutures, correct?
Well, she needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her head. And then within her head, there was no brain bleed. There was no hemorrhaging. There was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at how the fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because you didn't see the head, correct? You say you're sure, but you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
No,
yes.
And let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs
okay, go
here.
ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken at the hospital of her head. Show me. Do we have sharing privileges on the computer?
Whatever you want, we'll do it.
Showing you here a photo of the top of the defendant's head. No blood,
Yes, I see that.
cuts, no swelling, correct?
We just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Wait, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head.
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was a yes or no question, doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question, answer the question, and then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Sprague, if you want to re-ask that question.
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct. As we
And
see there.
she fell head first to the frozen ground and not with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Move to put the photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
1682.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
I did.
And in your report, you wrote that it would have taken 5 to 10 seconds for unconsciousness to occur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall testifying previously in State of Rhode Island versus Kimberly Fry, case number W1/2010-0413A? Do you recall testifying previously in that case?
No, I don't.
Let me refresh your memory. It was a woman who had killed her 8-year-old daughter by asphyxia, and you testified.
Oh, yes, manual strangulation, yes.
Yeah, so ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. And so you testified back in 2011 in that case, and you were asked, if you have a very complete compression, strike that. You were asked, unconsciousness due to oxygenation can occur within 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if you have a very complete compression of the blood vessels of the neck, you can become unconscious within 10 to 20 seconds. And then you were asked, I'm just saying hypothetically, just strangulation alone is 10 to 20 seconds. And you said if it is effectively and continuously applied, like in a lateral vascular neck restraint, most times there's a struggle going on, so you can't quite get that. So in that case there, you didn't testify that it was 5 to 10 seconds. You testified that it was 10 to 20 seconds, and that if there's any struggling, it could be longer, correct?
Yes, but that case was...
Well, that was a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
All right.
Defense can follow up.
Hold on. She's answered the question, and then we'll have a redirect if counsel would like to.
Well, I don't remember
Hold on,
what
Doctor.
I said.
Why don't you, Doctor, wait for a question.
You were also asked in that same trial, Doctor, the question put to you in that trial was, but once that unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been a consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 more minutes continuously while the child was unconscious, correct? And you answered, I think that's a fair statement. And the question was, you said that before yourself, correct? And you answered yes. And then the question was, I'm asking your opinion. And you said, the question was, after Camden became unconscious, after 2 to 3 minutes of continuous application of one of those 3, and you answered correct. Is that right?
I have no memory of that. I'm sure you're reading it correctly.
Well, you have memory of your medical knowledge, correct?
Sure, I have memory of my medical knowledge.
And so at that point in time, in 2011, you testified that you would have to strangle someone 10 to 20 seconds at least to unconsciousness, and then you would have to continue to strangle them for 2 to 3 minutes for death to occur. And you said correct. Is that still your medical knowledge?
That's a different case. That was not ligature. That was a manual.
So either way, you're talking about the compression of the neck causing a loss of oxygen and blood, correct?
I'll allow this question. Go ahead.
Yeah, there are many ways that can occur, and the way the pressure is applied is very important in understanding how long it takes to become unconscious. These are the children here were the victims of what we call ligature strangulation. The Fry case that it's coming back to me a little now, that was a manual strangulation and also a body compression, which is a totally different type of asphyxia.
I mean, you were asked about that in that case, and you were asked, but once unconsciousness has set in, you agree with me that there has to be consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions for 2 to 3 minutes more, and you answered correct. So not all three. You said either one of those could cause death after 3 minutes, correct?
Yeah, just if you could rephrase that question.
You were asked, but once unconsciousness set in, you agree with me that there had to have been consistent application of pressure, either suffocation, strangulation, or compressions of the chest for 2 to 3 minutes more continuously while they're unconscious. And you said, I think that's a fair statement. So that's what you said, correct?
Yes, in order to become dead, brain dead, you need the physiology is that you become unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, and then you're unconscious, but that's not dead. Then that continued constriction of the blood flow has to be still continuously applied for the brain to die.
Correct. So
that is what happens, and that's what happened to the Clancy children. The ligatures were wrapped around. They went unconscious in 5 to 10, maybe 20 seconds, probably less than 20 seconds because it was a ligature, not a manual strangulation. So it was immediately compressed, unconsciousness within 10 seconds, and then death within 5 to 10 minutes after that.
With continuous pressure. With continuous pressure around the neck.
Yes, because this is a ligature strangulation.
Thank you.
Not manual.
Okay, so when you're talking about ligature strangulation as opposed to manual strangulation, tell us in your mind what that means.
Well, they're very, very different. Manual strangulation means that somebody's used their hand and they've pressed either side of the neck. Okay, that the hand is manual strangulation. Strangulation means that you have stopped the blood flow that comes out of your brain, and the carotid artery continues to pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the jugular veins. So with continuous pressure, then the blood can't get in because it can't flow out. It's kind of like stopping up a pipe. And then so you go unconscious within 5 to 10 seconds, but then with continued pressure, your brain dies. So the difference between manual and ligature is that manual can be kind of an off and on thing. You may you have a jugular vein on either side of your neck. So if you're using a hand, you might compress one greater than the other. You might let go. The person that you're trying to strangle may struggle and remove your hand a little bit. So it's a very different sequence of events to end up with brain death and asphyxia. Whereas wrapping a round loop resistance band presses those vessels. There's no coming off, there's no putting back on. So it's a very complete, one-time, immediate, non-varying compression with those exercise bands ligature, which causes unconsciousness effectively within 4 to 10 seconds.
And in reference to the manual strangulation, where generally somebody would use their hands and perhaps press with their thumbs, that has a very common, that you see many times, fracture of what's called the hyoid bone, correct?
Yes, that can happen, absolutely. A little U-shaped bone up underneath the jaw. So they both cause brain death from lack of oxygen to the brain. But the way they get there, that's leading up to that, is a totally different pathophysiologic process.
So when counsel went through the Rhode Island case, whatever that name was, and was reading from a transcript and asking you questions about the time that a person through manual strangulation, and then she made reference to suffocation, she made reference to strangulation, she made reference to compression of the chest. That has nothing to do, in your opinion, with the ligature strangulation. Is that correct?
It's a totally different mechanism of injury.
Thank you.
Sprague.
Doctor, as you said a few moments ago, the ligature causes unconsciousness, and then the pressure has to continuously be applied for several minutes to cause death, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
One other question. On the ligature, doctor, and we discussed this, is the ligature, does that require a person to stand over the body and continuously apply pressure to the ligature, or walk away leaving the ligature?
No, in this case, these were elastic round loops that were put around, somewhat tightly, pinching the skin. You could see little lines where the skin was pinched, and it just stays there. So it's a immediate compression of those jugular veins, staying there, and then death occurs minutes later.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you see these exercise bands?
Yes.
And you know that they're one long line with a handle on each end, correct?
Right, and they're round. They're a cylinder.
Right.
They're not like a flat band.
And you know they were wrapped around each child's neck and pulled to strangle them, correct?
Well, they were wrapped several times, firmly enough around the neck to close off the jugular veins.
And you're not aware, there's been no testimony, no evidence, nothing showing that they were knotted and left there, correct?
Uh-oh.
They weren't tied in a knot and left around their necks, according to any of the evidence, correct?
The important part to me was they were wrapped several times, and then whether it had a bow or a knot would not really be important. It was secure and wrapped around the neck several times. Yeah, I can tell that from the appearance of the skin on the neck.
Showing you the band, doctor, wrapped around the child's neck several times and then left there. I guess you can't see it from where you are, but it just fell apart. It didn't stay in a circle.
Yeah, I sort of saw what you did, so.
What was that?
I said, I saw that.
You saw it. So it was left there and it fell apart, correct?
Yeah, what you just did, sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. All right. Thank you, doctor. All right.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
I was going to see you just for a second. Short break to take the equipment down. It took us hours to get it up. Hopefully it'll take us about 5 minutes to take it down. I'm just going to ask you a very quick break, and we'll bring it right back in. We'll call the next witness. Okay?
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Leave everything right on the chair.
occurs of accident. Quorum, this court's in session. Please be seated.
All right. So we'll be in, I know we always say it, but we'll be in a short recess. Come soon as we can get the equipment down. We'll come right back out. We'll take the next witness. Okay?
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Doctor, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, please, your center. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zeisel, please.
What happened is you solemnly swear that the testimony you gave you should get to the court and the jury, and that the outcome between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Afternoon. Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zeisel, Zeizel.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, a Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally, no, but the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5-TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that is been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease or defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was it MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a K scale.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multiphasic personality as it relates to the K scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
So, Doctor, let me just, as we say, lead you a little bit. Yes or no answers would be fine. Were you aware that a test was administered by the government's doctor, I think it was Dr. Helbrin, to Lindsay Clancy in the course of the government's evaluation?
Yes.
And did you consider the results and the interpretation of that test as part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field.
Yes. Well, in the field, I have, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth, with the exception of Nantucket, because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military, the analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings, and when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces. That would be countries that were deployed over there: England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I'd be loaned to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, T-I-C, Troops in Combat. I'd fly out, usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit for duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffered themselves with issues back from the United States. So I would have to do death notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small base is. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable, and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping. The phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Miss Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Ms. Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon.
What day?
February 4th.
So it would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days
later, right?
Yes.
You're also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
That's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
Yes. However, she was also, with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed with their handcuffs?
They weren't soft. they were regular, but appeared to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people.
So,
they were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes.
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
She was not.
So she was able to speak?
Yes.
Was she able to move? Obviously, she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up.
She could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, with a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, Doctor, have in mind your background, your career, Did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Did you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you've testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years?
Yes.
And we socialized together?
Yes.
So we're friends?
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency room records, grand jury minutes. With the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then. And that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June. And I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody. Is that correct?
Objection. All of this.
Yeah, that's sustained.
Well, you've had a chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why would?
No, overruled.
Why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific...
objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
Right. Can I see counsel here?
I'll withdraw it.
All right, so that answer, ladies and gentlemen, that answer is stricken. Okay.
In Tewksbury Hospital, have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a jury?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we'd consider historical piece of information. Static information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
Is there an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's and then, of course, transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection. approach. Please.
Can I see counsel?
So, Doctor, while you're evaluating her, whether it be in Tewksbury or you're visiting with her here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, etc.?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callen, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callen, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Jury's heard the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times
And
to other people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she was prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required that she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school, prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves? What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone and Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes.
What was that?
That was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it increased?
It was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later. Yes.
And how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes.
What was that?
Her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew people.
Who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
I believe it was Julie Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South Shore Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes.
And did she continue to deal with South Shore Perinatal?
Yes.
At some point, did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load or...
So she was transferred?
She was transferred,
okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes.
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jurors looked at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to nurse practitioner Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy, she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to...
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
She was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General emergency room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont. It's a Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now, that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, fair to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them. Sometimes.
She expressed at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the Little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody.
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations, but hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, they can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, "Hi, Hawaii, I'd like to have a hot dog"?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Reddington, it's 4 o'clock. Is this a good time to?
Sure.
All right. So, members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. I would expect our schedule tomorrow will be similar to the schedule we had today, hopefully without the technology issues. And I'm just going to remind everybody the same instructions. Don't read anything about this case or similar cases. Don't talk about it. Don't listen to anything. And keep an open mind. Go home. Have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Okay?
All rise, please. Jurors exit.
All right, doctor, if you want, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right.
I hesitate to ask, can you approach?
All right.
Absolutely. Yep. Walk you out.
Detective Johns, how many questions do you think you asked during that interview?
Maybe 3 or 4.
Your Honor, I think now would be a good time to take a break.
Do you have much more?
We probably have 30 minutes left.
Okay. Is the jury okay? Okay. You can keep going.
Thank you.
Okay.